Good morning, everybody. The alpha. What do you expect me to do? What? How's it going, everyone? How's your day so far? I just had like a big brain idea. One second. We'll be able to stick around, but I wanted to pop in and wish you a good stream. Thank you so much. Hi, Jasper. Oh my god, I'm on YouTube. Yes. Un momento, por favor. I forgot. Oh my god. What did I just... What the fuck is that? What is that? Hold on. Is that a piece of my tablet kickstand? Maybe? Undecided. The adhesive's still fresh. I feel like it might be. Hold on. It is! Oh my god, there's so much cat hair in the adhesive strip, guys. Sorry, so my tablet kickstand has little silicone bumpery thingies to sort of like protect the surfaces you're putting it on, and one of them just came off spontaneously. We're gonna turn on fish for you weirdos who are here simply to fish. There we go. All right, so the big brain idea I had was to play Ophelia's playlist whilst working on the Ophi art. Now, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure you will only be able to hear it if you are on Twitch. So, and not watching the VOD, because the VOD won't have it. There's gonna be background noise? Hell yeah. I listen to shit all the time while cleaning. Amazing. I hope you have a good clean, Jasper. But, yeah, so we made some progress since the concept sketch yesterday. We made a little progress. Who can say? Who can say? I'm gonna move the choker up a little bit. Now, one thing Jer said today when I showed this to him at like 5:45 in the morning, he said that my hair looks wet. And like, rude, but okay. So I'm gonna try to see if maybe adding some volume helps. see if that helps a little bit. But also need to bring this back over here. Blood wet. Opie's so metal. Gods, I wish she genuinely was as metal as people perceive her. She's just a soft little gal, honestly. She's not a threat at all. There you go, Mikey. I'm gonna apologize in advance for any microphone noise, guys. I just realized my microphone's in the wrong position. Give me a second. Oh my god, I need a new microphone arm or something. There we go. There! Now that it's not halfway across my tablet, maybe we'll actually be able to do something. So I started trying to get these glasses on last night, but something had happened. For some reason with this tablet in particular, there is a feature that's common across both tablets. Thank you for the lurk, Siren. Is if I click my pen onto a text box, it will allow me to write what I would have typed. So like that's a really cool feature. I really like that feature. But for some reason with this tablet, every now and again that text box will just pop up spontaneously. And it won't have an X in the upper corner to like dismiss. And so I don't know what I'm supposed to do in that situation. Uninvisible art offering a go. I love just surprising you with the can cracks now, honestly. I think that's my new favorite thing to do. Now, I think what I'm going to do, Control copy, Control V. Control copy, Control V. Alright, so that just turned this into a regular layer. It's no longer a 3D manipulable object. Cancel. Do this. And then I think erasing that for the nose. Actually, before I really start erasing things, what I should do is create a save state so I can come back to the original in case I don't like the erasing I've done. Hi, Atlas. How's it going, friend? I think this would also technically be under hair. Pardon me. Now here's the question. Do I even want to include my glasses? Thank you. I love it. So hair is a really important thing for me personally. So like I keep going on about the Easter eggs and things like that I get to include in other people's cards. Well, I get to do that to mine now too. Hair is incredibly important to me. I have been told since I was an infant that people would pay hundreds for my hair, having long, curly, strawberry blonde / reddish hair. People would stop me constantly saying how much they love my hair, how beautiful my hair is. I had hairdressers telling me how much people would pay, how much people have paid to get hair like mine. And when I was younger, a family friend / family member of ours, her daughter, at the age of like 4, I think, was diagnosed with cervical cancer. And going through chemo, she lost all of her hair, and her mom symbolically shaved her own head, and had that hair turn into a wig. And that's when I learned about turning hair into wigs for people. And so I made it a life goal of mine to grow my hair out and have it donated, which I did achieve that goal in 2018. I donated 28 inches of hair. But yes, I'm very attached to my hair. My hair is a huge part of my, I don't want to say vanity, but like, I feel off if my hair doesn't look good, you know? So I wanted the hair to be a focal point in the card. I really wanted the hair to be important. Things are good. I get a few days off of school, do the formal exams. Oh, nice. I think, honestly, there it is. I think, honestly, I want to add a little bit more floatiness in the hair. I remember having the Chobits manga when I was younger, and just some of the spreads where Chi is like in like a Lolita outfit, looking like a literal fucking doll, and her hair is just goddamn everywhere. Like, I kind of want to invoke that vibe with my hair here, which is why I've got it like cascading off the arms. I've got it just kind of everywhere. Hi, Silver Bell. I almost called you Muda. I almost called you Muda. Silver Bell, I shared the cards I've done so far to if I say the Chameleon, our permanent NPC with a shaved head who does so many different goddamn roles. The NB that we envy. Do you know who I'm talking about? Because I showed them the cards that I did so far, plus the sketch I have for Ophi. And they were like, oh, who's that first one? Referencing yours. And I was like, oh, that's Silverbell. That's Silverbell. And then they were like, oh my god, I see it now. Nope. I wanted the eraser. There we go. Yes, I think I know who you mean. Okay, cool. Oh my goodness. Like, they're not a combat NPC. They've been coming in as the Jewel Sheed in the corset with the long gray skirt and the short curly brown hair. Gods, what's her name? What name did they give that NPC? I can't remember. Oh, Hope. There we go. That's a predominant NPC that you might know them by. Alright, I think the next thing we need to work on is the hat. Spear, thank you so much for re-upping your sub. Thank you, thank you. Oh, another Easter egg that I've put in so far. Again, going back to manga. One of my favorite manga of all time is Cardcaptor Sakura. And I love the way that the artist does eyes. So where this is supposed to be a little bit more of like a somber expression, I looked up how the artist does like sort of tearful eyes, and I replicated that in this. And like, again, Easter eggs within Easter eggs. I love it. Pardon me. Hi, Dilily. Very funny, LOL. Weirdly, I think I haven't interacted much with their NPC super often, except for the Primordial of Hope and Dream. Yes! Anatomical Heart. Love how that is still in my search history. Pardon me. Oh my god, guys, I keep burping. Oh my god, D. Well, y'all lost zoomed up privilege. You can thank D. Kind of heart vibe do we want? I like that heart. That's a vibe. If it's ever not your search history, I'm gonna ask serious questions. I'm just gonna get to the point where I could just draw anatomically correct hearts from memory. That's the goal, chat. I'm going up too high. Wah, itchy nose. For those who are just sort of popping in now, music is a little different than normal today. It's because I'm playing my Ophelia playlist. And again, I don't think YouTube can hear it. I think you guys have to be on Twitch. Oh my god, that scared me. Pinky, thanks so much for re-upping your sub. Amazing song is playing, right? I just loved like how haunting it sounded. The reception of this card so far has been so fucking nice, guys. I can't even express. Like, how do you like? I've been so giddy with how like excited people have been. Like, how do I go on about how people's excitement and like praise fuels me without it coming off like I have a praise kick? Because I don't have a praise kick. I was actually talking to Delkith last night that like I don't have a client to gauge their reaction to see if this is good or not, right? So normally, like, if a client is just all like, oh my god, that looks amazing, I know that I'm doing a good job, but I don't have that with this. So effectively, like, I have to gauge whether or not I'm doing good based off of how people are reacting to it. I'm a theater kid at heart, literally, so I love this song, and yes, this card is going to be very beautiful, and there's so many special touches. Yay! I appreciate! I'm so excited to, like, go over all of the nods and everything that's important. Again, I was talking to Delkith about it last night, because Delkith is almost as excited for this card as I am. We have been waiting forever to see what you would come up for this. Thank you. So yeah, Delkith is almost as excited about this card as I am. And, like, one of the things he said, he was just like, oh, are you gonna put like a dark wisp or something in her hands? And I admit, like, my sketches are messy. My concept sketches are messy. When I'm presenting them to clients, will go and clean them up a little bit. But I figured I know what I'm looking at, so I didn't need to. So when I was showing off the concept sketch, I didn't feel the need to clean it up. And I was like, I mean, I was just gonna put a heart in her hands. He was just like, oh, that makes sense. I was just like, what? Huh? And yeah, he confessed he didn't quite see the heart in the sketch. And I was just like, she's got so much heart iconography with her. Like, literally sacrificing herself for the love of her people in her town, giving her heart to Toland in exchange for his and for a new lease on life, losing her actual organic heart and getting a construct one, her friends pooling together to help rebuild her construct heart when it was on the verge of expiring. Like, she's got a lot of heart iconography, I like to think. Now, the current thing I'm fighting is a genuine human heart would be, like, roughly that size. But I think it would look better if the heart was bigger. Spear, I literally wear a heart pin at LARP. I have an embroidery heart pin that I bought from a local artist that has, like, these two red beads that are hanging off of it like blood drops. It's like an anatomically correct heart. And she's also the heart of the party. Silver, don't make me cry! Don't make me fucking cry! Delkith was like, he messaged me last night, he's like, I don't know if I've ever said it before, but, like, I really love Ophelia as the character. And I was just like, what? And he was going on about, like, things that he's observed and, like, how much he loves, like, her concept and her story. And I'm just, like, sobbing. I'm fucking tearing up thinking about it now. I don't think anyone's ever told me that they like my character. And, like, that just made me cry. And hopefully you have your bag before next event. Yee. Well, I mean, there's an event in February 28th. It's a masquerade event. Actually, I think I'm going to move this over a little bit. And then season opener is Easter weekend. I'm still iffy on the glasses. I still don't know if I want to include the glasses. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll let it sit. I'll let it simmer. What? Thank you, Spear. I'm so excited. For those who don't know what's going on, Spear, my amazing friend, does leather work and he takes commissions. And we are doing an art exchange. I'm going to be drawing something for him, and he's made me in anatomically correct leather heart bag. Like a leather bag that is an anatomically correct heart. Trying to make sure this aortic valve doesn't look like a fucking dick with nuts. It's a fine line we tread. Now that I've spoken it, that's all I can see. Mikey, don't judge me. Not the forbidden valve. Is it just going to be your handbag, or will you use a... So, unfortunately, my physician's kit, as per the rules of our chapter, pardon me, has to be able to at least contain 4 liters. So, literally, I tested this by getting a bag that was able to have 2 2-liter bottles of pop in it. So my physician's kit has to be a specific size, so I'm still going to keep my physician's kit. But I think having this anatomically correct heart bag for, like, formal events would be pretty nice. Oops. Unfortunate. Still super duper cool. It is still super super cool. I have been tempted for a while to share Spear's commission info in the LARP server. But, like, though I trust Spear with my IRL name and my location and address and everything like that. In fact, I'm trying to get Spear to come up to our chapter at some point. I just don't know if anyone else in the server will just be totally down for me to be like, hey, commission my weird online internet friend. Oh, Silverbell, I might be making a card for Toland as well. We'll see. I have to get my own card out of the way first. Oops. Hello? There we go. Just so it stands out a little bit more. Get something from that random stranger that plays with dead flesh for fun. Oh, Spear, how's your tankard treating you? I think I want to add more hair. How much is too much, guys? I love it. I had mead in it the other day and debated on making it my daily water cup to encourage me to drink more. Nice. I shared it to the LARP server whilst Jer was working on it. And so many people in the LARP server were just like, so how much? When can we order one? I told that to Jared. He was just like, no. So far, Spirit, you have a one of a kind. Part of me... Hold on. I think what I want to do next is I want to work on the skeletal arms, and I honestly think I have a brush for this. Because I feel like I've been planning this for a while, and I feel like I do have a brush that is just skeletal arms. We'll find out. So many poses. Pardon me. So many poses. Oh my god. I need to, like... There must be a way to, like, organize this shit. I feel like there is. I just haven't done it. And now it's gotten to a point where I'm just like... Can I even tackle this? Now, worst comes to worst, if I can't find the skeletal arm brush that I'm thinking of, I do have a skeleton armature that I could just pose. Okay, so I'm seeing stuff that I downloaded specifically for Riaria's card. I'm worried I'm gonna blink and miss it. So many hairbrushes that I just don't use. What the heck? Tentacle brushes, belt brushes. I thought it was before the belt brushes. Maybe I am crazy. I feel like I'm coming up on the skeleton armature, so I can, yeah, I'll at least grab the skeleton armature in case I can't find this skeletal arm brush that I could have swore I had. Maybe I downloaded it before working on the tarot cards. Yeah, because it would have been before all of this. Maybe I downloaded it before working on the cards. And then I was just like, ooh, I can add that to my card. Well, keep my one of a kind. Okay, here's skeletal fingers. I could have swore I had a whole skeletal arm, too. This is gonna drive me crazy. Yeah, because now we're back in where I started. I guess I didn't. What? Can't be serious. Let me look up Clip Studio assets. Wow, my nose is so itchy. Skeleton arm. Okay. I mean, there's a bone bits brush, which I might just nab while I'm here. Anime Gotcha Factory shoots me well today. Oh? You know, this is labeled as a bone bits pack, but it's nothing but like dragon scales and dragon claws and dragon eyes and dragon toes. I mean, the free download, I'll take it. Skeletal arm. Alright, well, we'll work with what we got. Uh, 20 poles, 3 6-star weapons. Hell yeah, dude. I assume that that's good, right? But it's not gonna do the weird bendy bone thing. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna freeball. We're gonna freeball this skeletal arm. Skeletal arm. And I get the 6-star fire girl, so my fire team is set. Oh, nice! Getting harder and harder to get colors that are not already represented in here. There we go. All right. open this new tab. My cat friend is mad at me for my luck in this game. Oh my god. I think, like, Jer started playing it last night, and he's just like, yeah, I can't tell you the names of the waifus, but look at my spaghetti! He was just like, look at my factory spaghetti. Also went to his ship and stole like 1 mil plus in stocks earning. Oh, to Jer's? Is this something I should inform him of when he's home, or are we keeping this secret from him? Oh, I don't know if Lynette is currently in chat, but the screen protectors did come in, but they came in literally as I was setting up for streams, so they're not on yet. But I do believe that the package I received today is the screen protectors. Sorry guys, I know it's probably hard to see. There we go. If we just get rid of the heart for now, you guys should be able to see the pink here. Oh, your cat friend. Oh, gotcha. I say stole, but I used their stock to earn more money. Basically, I got 185%. Jeez. Damn. Oh, now for the not so fun part. Do you guys know that the hands have, like, the most bones in the body? This is where all your fucking goddamn bones are fucking located, right in the fucking hands. It's so good probably hear an audio form, but having a peek before a math. Ah! I hope your knees are okay, dude. Delkith is currently working, and he's basically crawling around an attic right now because he's a tradesman. Apparently his knees fucking hurt. Bones. bones. I'm gonna shit. This is why I was really hoping I had that bone brush. I might have to make that a smooch longer. My legs are in pain, but I'll survive. Yeah, I've seen you tumble and roll around at LARP. You'll be fine. You're still young. One, two, three, yeah, and then one more. And now for fingy bones. Oh, Kringa, I don't know if you're still in here. Check out, fuck, what's it called? Gold River Project? Yeah, the Gold River Project. There's a free demo. Jer and I picked it up 2 weeks ago now. It's interesting. It's still in early access, but it's like it's a survival tree puncher. Kind of like a mixture of forest and arc. Maybe not arc, because I don't think you can tame anything yet. Say what now? The Gold River Project. Search it up on Steam. Bones are so weird, guys. Control, copy, control V. It's on the wish list for now. Hell yeah. You have a big project you're working on in your waifu factory simulator? Amos just ran in my classroom. He's there for school. Don't judge him. Don't forget. All right. One arm done. We are going to Control C, Control V, and then flip horizontally. I think what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to have these coming from the frame. I want this one. Move that little crosshair there to be coming upwards and sort of cupping her cheek. I'm going to adjust that a little bit more to sort of give more the expression that she's leaning into that. Okay, maybe before I do that, let's adjust where this is all coming from within the frame. Sorry guys, apparently I can't art and talk at the same time. Yeah, so when I was originally imagining this, before I thought to add the detail of one of the hands cupping her cheek, this is sort of how I imagined the card would... He's a friend, but apparently my classmates would agree. Oh. This is sort of how I originally imagined it. But with, like, the hands a little more... Oops. Oh, I still have both selected, that's why. Yeah, a little more, like, upwards, I guess. But let's see. I was meant to be. This song here, so for the longest while, Ophelia still feels this way. But she believes she doesn't have a purpose. She believes that, you know, maybe she was supposed to die back when Greenock did. And the fact that she didn't has left her purposeless now because she wasn't supposed to go this far. And this song here is literally, maybe who I am is who I was meant to be. Despite the fact that, like, Ophelia is doing things like pioneering operations and medical procedures and documenting and introducing, you know, parasitic afflictions and how to deal with them, and documenting, researching the parasitic affliction and introducing how to deal with it into the world, now also studying and observing and documenting the dread, despite the fact that she's, you know, doing shit. She's just like, but what is my purpose though? What was I supposed to do here? Poor girl just doesn't feel like she's enough. So I like the symmetry I have going on right now. But I feel like the other arm is just going a little too far over. It's just kind of vibing. So what do I do with that hand? What do I do with that hand? Oops. I'm still on the wrong layer, goddammit. I added this song to the playlist specifically when I started feeling a little more confident with Ophelia. And, like, basically it's a don't fuck with me song. I really like it. For those who want to know what it's called, it is Goddess by Xana. Xana. And basically, yeah, the song is "You Won't Like Me When I'm Mean." I brought the god of death to his knees. And like, I mean, Toland is a Grim Reaper. Hello, Merms. Now, it's not medication time for you, honey, but do you know what it is? It is the time I would normally be getting home from work, and it is your feeding time. So what we're gonna, thank you, all over the tablet. Ew. So what we're gonna do, wiped his blood from my cheek, exactly. We're gonna take a brief BRB, and we're gonna let you guys fish, whilst I go feed Mystic. I will be back in a moment. Delkith, you seem to like to remind people that I have access to 9th level affliction spells. Like, I don't only use it for bone armor. Superior bone armor is a 9th. Do I simply want to just... Oopsie. Where's the crosshair? Where's the crosshair? There it is. It's so fucking small. That's what she said. No, because I feel like that's too much around the face. Again, I like the symmetry that this provides. Oh, damn it, I brought it down to smooch too far, didn't I? Hold on. I added this song to my playlist a few months ago, admittedly. But it is a song I found that somebody wrote and was doing it on like on TikTok. And I was just like, what the fuck? Who is this person? So this is Rayleigh. And the song is What's Wrong With Me. And it's so fucking Ophelia coded. Holy fucking shit. I'm going to turn it up. We're going to listen to it together. But yeah, it is an amazing song. All right. Actually, when the talent show was a thing in the November event? Yeah, the November event. I was so fucking tempted to sing this, but I'm still not confident with my voice. I was always going to change some lyrics around because there's a little mention of like divine and like religion in here, which is not the thing that we have in our chapter. But still, listen. Sorry, I had to be real silent for that. That is the final song on the playlist. So I am just going to loop it back to the top. Let's see. I love that for Ophelia's to not be understood. I'm waiting for the day somebody fucks up and actually pushes Ophi over the edge, I'm fucking waiting. Can't wait for the season opener this year. It's been so long. I say this so often, but I can't wait for April, especially after the text in the WC server. I gotta ask Ophi about it. I'm assuming you mean Winter Court server. What text? What one? What one? Was there something I missed after I left? I think that's all the ones I need. I'm going to try to push the lean a little bit here. I think I forgot to grab the glasses when I was doing this. When Ophi had to abruptly... Oh, the Raven, yes. Ultimately, definitely 100% still asking game if you want to. I do hope we see more of the Dread plot, though. I'm going to talk about that. Ultimately, 100% still asking game if you want to. But to be 100% truthful, there's nothing super cool or amazing coming from that specific moment. That was just, I needed to get out of that server, and that was just the quickest, fastest possible way that I could think to do so. That's all that was. Oh my god, who's sending me a million fucking Facebook messages? My fucking watch is buzzing like crazy. Sorry. I don't like a whole bunch of notifications. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I do hope we see more of the Dread plot, though I know that the plot member tends to do short individual things rather than big plot lines. Yes, so the unfortunate thing with that is I have been told by the person who wrote that was supposed to be a one-off. That was supposed to be I come in and spook the players for a weekend and then slink off into the abyss. It was never meant to be like a big, long thing. And he will still answer my questions on it occasionally, but ultimately it is out of his hands. He told previous head of plot, so Baron Otteral, that it's like it's up to you, dude, you're head of plot. But I haven't talked to new HOP about it yet. But ultimately, to my understanding, I've gotten everything that I am going to be able to observe from the Dread, so I do hope to publish that Dread paper proper soon. Blech, pardon me. But yeah, they're just theoretically, potentially, new creatures that are just in the world now. We have at least 3 in captivity at the moment. 1 successfully killed. So, for those who don't know, earlier in the year, we encountered a new abomination that I have since called the Dread. Because if I left it to the rest of the player base to name it, it would have just been called the Whoop Whoop. Because that's kind of the sound it makes. The person was doing sort of like a weird humanized coyote call. But essentially, whenever people talked about it over the weekend, they called it the Whoop Whoop. And I was just like, we are not calling this cool fucking creature the Whoop Whoop. We're not doing that. So I've called it the Dread. And I've taken it upon myself to essentially research it. I am like a goddamn fucking scientist now, I guess. And yeah, essentially, to my understanding, I've learned everything I can of it. One of the big things that we did learn during that weekend is that it can regenerate from any pound of flesh. So the players, trying to stop it because it kept coming back to life because it was regenerating, tried cutting it into 6 pieces. The head, the torso, the 2 arms, and the 2 legs, and put it in burlap sacks and strung it from a tree. That was not a good idea. Not a good idea. So the head itself was taken by a trophy hunter and turned into a trophy. It grew back and slaughtered that person's family. By the way, if you go to that cabin, there's just blood and viscera everywhere. The head is the one that came back covered in blood. The head is the one that we have successfully killed, or that I've successfully killed. Now, the other 5 pieces were brought to the Pyre Wilds in hopes that keeping it with fire would stop it from regenerating, because we did document that fire did put a pause on the regeneration process. But leaving such an important task to a bunch of goblinoids proved to not be a good idea, because 2 bags grew legs and ran away. So I went back and gathered the 3 remaining bags, and I have since spent 30 gold putting together a nature preserve to house and observe them. I've let them grow back, and I am observing them. I am feeding them dead animals, because they are carrion feeders, and I am keeping them maintained, and to my understanding, I have learned everything I can from them over my year of observation. That being said, we still don't understand if this dread was a unique experience, because the current theory, I'm going to start talking like Ophi for a second. The current theory is that when the old world was grafted onto the new world, the seams where the worlds bound together caused anomalies. Really glad Ophi took over after the first night. But yeah, it caused essentially anomalies. So think, for example, many of the adventurers who came from the old world into the new world, they ended up merging with their new world versions of themselves. A lot of them carry memories from both the old world and the new world. A lot of them remember lives where they were raised one heritage and also raised another heritage. There are people who were, high elves and suddenly they're wild elves, and so on and so forth. Chat, what is this elf yapping about? We're yapping LARP stuff. So the current theory is that this dread was formed when 2 creatures fused together at the seams of the old world grafting onto the new world. So instead of combining more seamlessly like some of the adventurers had, for example, the current theory is that this, with the magic at the fringes of the graft, caused this to be a horrific abomination hybrid of its old and new world self. It presents a lot like a lichen, like a were creature. It presents a lot, or has a lot of similar traits to lycanthropy. However, you can't kill it like you could a were creature, and it can't shift, seemingly, like were creatures can. Currently, the were council that we're aware of is unable to shift as well, so maybe that is just a new trait of this world. That being said, we don't know if this happened to other entities on the fringes. This either is the only case of this, or it's the first one that presented itself to us. We don't know this yet. But I have a feeling that if there are going to be multiple anomalies, multiple abominations, they are all going to be different in their own way. Dread might just become the overarching category of this creature, and then we might have to come up with its own subcategories. But yeah, I'm yapping LARP stuff. I, the college dropout, decided to be a fucking scientist at LARP. That was my power fantasy. Wealth and intelligence. Oh my god. What if we... No, I don't like that either. We'll let that simmer. We'll let that simmer. It was genuinely scary. It was a little spooky. Yeah, encountering the dread was a little spooky. But honestly, I really liked it. I really liked how that person roleplayed the dread. And yeah, I do very much like being rewarded for sitting down and, like, tapping my resources and using my knowledges and going and, like, interacting with members of the Were Council, the fucking lore keepers in their library, and, like, talking to people who are experts in their field and just being like, hey, this is what I have. What can you tell me that this reminds you of? And then basically formulating all those fucking thoughts together, and then being able to come up with I think I know how to kill it. I think I know how to deal with it. And then it fucking worked! I felt so smart. Now, who's to say that that was the genuine solve? Or, because I've had this happen to me once before at this chapter, if the person running it was just like, you know what? Yeah, that's the solve now. There is a Were Council, Silverbell. There is literally a council of people who are all inflicted with lycanthropy. And, like, they have found community and almost like a pride together, you know what I mean? And I don't mean they found pride in togetherness, I mean it is like a pride of lions, you know? Like, they are a pack. Now, part of me kind of wants to do something. Because again, my hair is a feature I really wish to highlight. The Were Council is in a bit of a tough spot right now because technically those are allegiances and they're going to need to be rekindled. Yeah, that is true. So that is something that's going to be interesting, is if we do rekindle lycanthropy as an allegiance, will that affect the dread? I had no idea about any of this outside of a brief description of what the... Oh! Alright, buddy boy! So, the dread is a bipedal canine equine abomination. It presents as though somebody took a were coyote and a were horse and just smashed them together. That's how it's supposed to look. It is a carrion feeder, so it feeds particularly on dead things, and like most lichens in this universe, it has a fondness of hunting and predating on undead. So whenever undead showed up, so did the dread. And it didn't really fuck with us. It only started fucking with us when we started fucking with it. But it was immediately aggressive towards undead. It would immediately roll up and, like, physical vanquish undead. Like, it would smoke undead. Now, it took extra damage from silver. It stopped regenerating if we struck it with fire, so it only stopped regenerating for like a few seconds though. We had tried to kill it with every single element we had access to. Every single element and metal we had access to. We attempted to kill it, and it did not work. Going through, tapping my resources, and like learning that, like, yes, silver's supposed to kill a lichen, but this is technically not a lichen. What else kills a lichen, though? Wolfsbane. And I went to the Were Council, and we were talking about it, and one of them was just like, I don't know if Wolfbane, like, works on us in this universe, because there's been a lot of changes. And I was just like, well, as an academic, if you're willing, I'd like to test it. I am a physician, so I can prevent you dying if that occurs. And one guy was just like, fuck me up, doc. So he took some wolfsbane and he immediately started dying, so I purged poison on him, and he was just like, yeah, wolfsbane still sucks. So I was like, okay, so now I want to test something out. I went and I hired a hunter. I paid, I think like 4 silver for a stag. He brought back a stag, and I like let it sit out for a day, and I stuffed that bitch with a barrel full of wolfsbane. And I left it out in the field. And that was the night the dread died. 'Cause it took my bait, it took the wolfsbane, and literally it started walking up towards the adventurers. It was stumbling. And I instructed everybody not to touch it, not to look at it, to ignore it. And it just fucking dropped dead at my feet. And it remained dead. It was pretty funny when Jem appeared and the dread immediately ate one of his bone boys entirely. Well, like, that was the whole thing, because they were, according to Jer, who was sort of in the writer's room for this, they really wanted to hammer home that it eats undead. That it will straight up eliminate undead. So they were like, alright, we need to get Jeb, we need to get some skellies, let's go. So anytime the dread was around, so was Jeb. I'm not sure I'm liking this. I'll keep working with it a little bit. I need April to hurry up. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited for season opener. And now that I have a job, Jer and I are looking into actually springing for not only a larger tent, but we're thinking about springing for an inflatable tent, because there are some really good fucking inflatable tents out there. Or good looking, I should say. And it would be a lot easier to set up. It would literally be take it out of the bag, roll it out flat, and then get the hand pump going, or get the electric pump going. And where Jer's had open heart surgery, ease of setup is a huge priority for us. Yeah, I still don't know how I feel about that. Maybe I won't. Like, part of me likes it. Spear, my husband is an air structure technician. My husband has to fabricate, maintain, and repair everything that goes in and outside of an aircraft. he has the tools, the knowledge, the know-how, and the connections in order to repair something like that in a day, in a shift. So slightly, daily and nightly. Alright. Throw all of this into a... Oh, how did I... how did I miss my glasses? Alright, guys, you know what this means? Oh, I know, it doesn't mean that it doesn't suck. It just means I won't know how much it sucks. Alright, Jet. I think honestly these are the best hands I've ever done. Low-key. I was a little worried that... How do I say this? I was a little worried that working on this was going to be difficult and I was going to be extremely frustrated and discouraged. But thankfully, everything's been kind of smooth so far. I know I just jinxed myself, but... I don't know if Silverbell's still here. 3 months is too long. It is too long. I'll have to assume she's still here based on that message. But, like, the NPC I was talking to you about earlier, the chameleon, or, Hope. I could just call him Hope. They were asking, like, so what are you gonna do with the cards? What are you gonna do with the cards? And I was like, well, you know, I might publish a deck if I get enough cards. And they were like, so how many cards are in an Oracle deck? And I was just like, you know what? Oracle decks are different from each other. They're loosey-goosey. You can have a deck of Oracle cards that has 22 cards in it, or 44, or like 36. You can have a deck of cards with like 100 cards in it. It just depends on the person putting the deck of cards together. But like, this will be my 5th, and people who have expressed wanting to get one are Delgith, Atlas, and Kian. So that will bring us up to 6, 7, 8. And I'm sure there's more people who just haven't expressed it honestly. I really want to have some time-related stuff happen to Atlas within this year. The main plot with Atlas ending up... Yes! I also would love to get some time stuff, or see some time stuff with Atlas. 400 cards. I think there is... Delkith would have the updated information on this because he's the one who put together the Google Sheet. I think there's about 55 player characters. Not players. Player characters. So this is including alts. This is including the multiple characters from a single person. So I think there's about 55 at the moment.
But Silverbell, I've honestly already started to think of a way to introduce the cards into plot. I want some sort of Fey adjacent entity or some elemental adjacent entity to just show up and basically, like, Arcane Imprison, and whomever they Arcane Imprison, a card shows up later. Arcane Imprison for like a little bit, like, 5-10 seconds. And then a card shows up later. I'd say once you get 12 cards, you could make a deck and fill it with suits. Ideally, you'd want 20 face cards. Well, 22, but 20 would be enough. Oh, you mean like playing cards? Let's crank down the stabilization for this. I love the idea that Ophelia canonically is a capable artist, because I am. But I love the idea that she doesn't call herself an artist. And, like, people have pushed back on this. I'm pushing plot to introduce Sun and Moon. Ooh, yes. But yeah, like, she pushes back on this people push back on her not being an artist constantly, because they're like, but you draw. And her excuse is, an artist creates to invoke something. An artist creates to invoke an emotion, to invoke a feeling, a sensation. But Ophelia draws to record, to reference, to research. I just love that. I just love that she just doesn't consider herself an artist. And even, like, the stuff that I have drawn so far, I should probably amend that, because the thing that I drew for the talent show, I would say elicited an emotion. It stirred something in people. She doesn't draw for the express purpose of doing that. Oracle cards. Really? So the Oracle decks that I have experience with, they literally, I mean, they are as I'm doing them now. They were a deck that would have cards that would have a single word on them. There was no suits there, and I've only really encountered 2 Oracle decks. I think I've owned like 2 Oracle decks in my life. But they didn't have suits. They didn't have, like, themes. They were... Oh no, Silverbell. Okay, I'll wait until she's back to have this discussion. Too big of an eraser. We're back. Okay, yeah. So yeah, the Oracle cards that I have experience with. Literally, it was just cards with an image that had a word on them that had a meaning. It would be things like power, clarity, like things like that. According to a boreal verdant tradition, seers get their powers, yes, from the moon, from Mother Moon. Therefore, she would be related to oracle readings and would be an awesome candidate to introduce the cards, in my opinion. Ooh, that is way better than what I had planned. I was just basically gonna show up and be a schmarmy shit and just would disrespectfully read people. Not schmarmy, but you know what I mean. Just do the whole, like, these are your flaws, but these are your strengths. And this is how I see you. And then present them with a card. For those who are maybe curious, this is a Vax and Vex fan song. BT dubs. It's called Don't Go Far From Me. Or Don't Be Far From Me. Something along those lines. Yeah, it's just called Far From Me. There's usually additionally 10... Damn, I don't remember those cards at all. I will defer to you though, Girly Pop, because you are far more enthusiastic about Oracle and Tarot cards than I am. My last words. Alright, Control Copy, Control V. And then flip horizontally. Now I do have a mole under my left eye. So I'll include it here. It's just fun. They have pretty pictures. Yeah, exactly. They have pretty pictures. It's all you need to know. I was talking to Jer about a potential card for Tolan this morning, and I was just like, so what word would you want for Tolan? He goes, death. And I'm just like, babe, it's not traditional arcana. And he goes, I know. But given the representation of Death's card in traditional, like, tarot arcana, and the fact that Tolan is technically not a player character, so it could be said that he could have a whole different card from the rest of the player characters. Yeah, I could see it. Tarot usually are just major arcana 12 figures, and then your minor arcana 1 to 10 and 3 to 4 heads of suit. Oracle introduce more oracle and broader sense representation. Yeah. You know, this nose looked a lot better in the sketch. And now that I'm here, suddenly I hate it. Surely it'll look better with shading. I'm going to try to not be too hard on myself. But upturned noses have always been difficult. Oh god, no, it looks so bad. Why does it suddenly look bad? It looked so good in the sketch. What is this? There's a lot of different ways for them to be, so many different types and versions. Yeah, exactly. Toland as anything other than death would feel weird, I think. Toland, or Jer, intends to drip feed more of Toland's backstory out there this season. I'm excited. Because, like, we'll finally get some insight as to why he is the way he is as a Doulahan, because he's not like any other Doulahan we've encountered. But also, why Ophelia is the way she is. Shit that I want to talk about, but I can't! Actually consider for Toland pursuit. Ooh, I'd love to hear your reasoning. Ooh, my back. Oh, stretch. It has a lot to do with his nature as a Doulahan, pursuing spirits and taking them to the afterlife, but also his past is in pursuit of him and may catch up. Backstory that I know a little of. Just vibes, really, nothing super concrete. I do like it. I do like it. I do. For those who don't know, because this is knowledge that Ophelia has told people in game, but just in case I've missed anybody, Toland used to be one of the head generals for the Lord of the Haunted Wood. The Lord of the Haunted Wood is his old boss. So, that's a thing. And for those who are not part of my LARP, the Lord of the Haunted Wood is currently one of our big bads that we're currently fighting against, and he has a legion of Dullahan at his beck and call. Dullahan are very terrifying creatures in our chapter, namely because they can do something called ward walk. One of our biggest protections that we have as a player base is the ability to put what's called a sanctuary on our dwellings, on our resting places, the places where we lay our heads at night, our homes, our rooms, yada yada yada. Dullahan can just go through that. It doesn't stop them. It's a cool word, but on second thought, perhaps another character would fit it. Oh, maybe. I haven't really got to talk too much with Finn about his character. He also presently hasn't expressed interest in a card. I feel like if he did, we would take more opportunity to talk about things important to Finn. Atlas knows next to none about Tola, and I enjoy hearing the stuff out of game. Yeah! Well, I mean, if it helps, he is capital D death. He is a Dullahan. Dullahan are, again, basically in Irish folklore, they are the violent reapers. They are what comes when you avoid death, when you run from death. When it is your time, they will drag you to the afterlife, kicking and screaming. That is what a Dullahan is. Now, again, in our game, the only interactions that I've really had with proper Dullahan, not Toland, is the Lord of the Haunted Wood. And again, the fact that they can ward walk. We just had a Dullahan waltz into our cabin, which was terrifying. However, I learned at that point that apparently Dullahan can't perceive Ophelia. We are still uncertain if Dullahan can't perceive Ophelia or if Dullahan can't perceive Dulsheed. So Dulsheed is the heritage that Ophelia is. They are the word is a combination of Dullahan and Banshee. They are a combination of both aspects of death in Irish folklore. The Dullahan, as I said earlier, being the violent reaper that drags you to the hells against your will, and then Banshee are often the mournful criers and warners of death, of impending death in your family. It is believed that families essentially all have their own Banshee, previous members of the family that have passed away, and they will scream to warn you of incoming death. So they're all very death-coded. They're all very death-coded. But yes, the current theories as to why this Dullahan could not perceive Ophelia is either Dullahan can't see Dulsheed, which honestly I think is a cool idea, but doesn't make sense. Or whatever the fuck Toland did to hide from the Lord of the Haunted Wood passed on to Ophelia as well when he shared his essence with her to bring her back to life and turn her into Dulsheed. Finn's backstory has been on the back burner for so long because the plot member who was handling it took a year-long break. Oh, really? I did not know that they could ward walk, but I suppose it makes sense. I have seen Toland just walk into the map. Yeah, he just does that. But also, so what had happened is we went to go thwart a ritual that the Lord of the Haunted Wood was performing. He intended to sacrifice a fae. So we went and we collected the fae, and in order to hide from the Dullahan and the fucking death bears that were chasing us, I forget what they're fucking called, we went over to a sanctuaried cabin that, it was my cabin, because it was when we still didn't have the tent. Bella and I, our cabins. So Bella, Kier, the Fae, and I ran into this cabin. And we were safe from the Pookies, that's what they're called. We were safe from the Pookies. And suddenly, a Doulahan just waltzed in. And it like, I threw magic at it. I tried to damage it. And it had said, who threw that? Who did that? And it's like, it's looking around, and I'm like, this is fucking weird. It fucking murked Bella. So I threw a healing spell at Bella, and she got back up. And it went and it said, who healed you? And, like, struck her down again. And I was like, what is this? So Kier and the Fae were familiar bonding behind me, and that takes, I think, a minute or something. So I stood in front of them, and it could not see the two of them while they were familiar bonding, so that Kier could teleport out there to safety. And then when they had left, I brought Bella back up, and I stood, like, I stood between the Doulahan and Bella, and I just kneeled down and I rezzed Bella, because, like, it got to a point where it was just me and the Doulahan in the cabin, and it didn't do anything. It didn't see me. So yeah, I got between it and Bella, and I kneeled down, and I healed her, and then I slowly stood up with her behind me still, and I basically kept her behind me while it went to go break the ward on the door. And then I dumped all fucking 4 of my fucking, inflict 40 magic body into it, and it died. And I was like, what the fuck was that? Why couldn't it see me? Because it's trying to break the fucking ward, and I'm like, what was it? I call upon the dust to inflict mortal wounds, 40 magic body, and it took the packet. It was just like, ow, and like it just kept trying to break the ward, and I was like, okay, so I did it by 3 more times, and it was just like, it died. I was just like, okay. So yes, it is very clear that Doulahan did not perceive me. I need to learn more about that. I need to know more about that. Why couldn't it see me? I talked to the other Doulahans and essentially dual sheets, and they were like, we stayed the fuck away from whatever the fuck that was, so we don't know. And I was like, okay, cool, that's fair. And when I asked Toland, so when I asked Jer to go get the information for me, the information that Jer had brought back was that Doulahans, when they hunt, they look for the head. They look for the head of the spirit. And, well, Dulsheed don't have heads on their spirits. And I had brought that up to Runic out of game, because he had made a comment out of game when we were setting up the next event about, like, oh, it's going to be so easy for a Doulahan to get in here and kill you all. And I was just like, yeah, but Doulahans can't see me. And he goes, what? And I told him what I had been told in game, and he goes, that's not correct. So, like, I don't know. IDK. Take it slow, no, I want to speed up towards a goal I can never dream of. Heart. LOL, I guess that means it's not written on their stack card. Fair. This did happen during Baron Enteral's reign as head of plot. And it was genuinely Baron Enteral who was repping the Doulahan. So, again, IDK, that's all I got. We will see. I do really want to get to the bottom of that, but it looks like we're going to be getting to the bottom of the fucking Lord of the Haunted Woods health pool before I learn anything else on that. This has made me realize how much out of game and in-game I still don't know. Dude, you started with us in September. You do realize there is 14 years of lore in this chapter, right? Right? The Baron is very good at that rule type stuff. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. I can't tell. Sad as Raina's head of plot was only a year. I love... Same. Okay, so I take it that you were not being sarcastic. I did really enjoy his work, but unfortunately, it was a reluctant acceptance of the title, of the role, because nobody else could step up. So, he wasn't prepared mentally, emotionally. It just wasn't a vibe for him. Basically, he stepped up to give new head of plot the opportunity to train up, and then that was it. Oh, the god of war, not the god of death. Regardless. It just still blows me away how much I learned from these streams. Just for me idly yapping about LARP. Oh, really? Was he head of plot previously? I did not know that. Honestly, if Jer had the spell slots, I think Jer would make a really good head of plot. Now, not to doubt the person we are getting as head of plot now, because he's written some really good stuff, and I'm excited to see what he does with the role. I mean, yeah, current head of plot is the reason for the fucking trauma Ophi gained from the fucking Parasite mod stuff. Fuck me, dude. That was a really interesting thing for Ophelia, though. Because, like, again, her whole backstory was a mysterious infliction plagued her hometown and was murdering everybody she's ever known, and she could do nothing to stop it. No matter how hard she worked, no matter how intelligent she was, no matter what she learned, she could do nothing to stop it. And then all of a sudden, it was happening again, and she's just like, I need to stop this. It was before I ever started playing, probably during your hiatus. Probably during my hiatus. Yeah. Because I think he had just started NPCing as I was taking my hiatus. Oh, he was before Azure. Really? Silent with no clients. That is completely fair, dude. How's it going, friend? Basically, when I'm done stream today, I'm going to be looking over your commission. I think it's pretty much good to send off, but I want to look more at it. Can you Discord message me an appropriate email to send that to? Just so I have it. A heart for me, for we. Hi, D. How you doing, girly pop? His mods have been nothing but absolute hits, in my opinion. Very excited for his reign of head. Yes, I'm very, very excited to see what he does. I also like that he makes an effort to rep underrepresented heritages with his mods. I think that's a really cool thing. Like, when I first saw him as a Tuathan, I was just like, what the fuck is that? Because I hadn't, like, realistically, I hadn't really seen a Tuathan. It is 3:41. I still can't believe I've been up since like 5 a.m. Alright. The sun's pouring in through the window on the side. I need to close the curtain. 1 second, folks. There we go. Which mods has he done? Any that I know of, or any that I've been on, I wonder. The Gestalt host is a Voxian too, which is cool. It is very cool. If you've heard anybody talk about the Spirit Amalgamation, or the Gestalt, that's one of his mods. If you have been on any of the Primordial Magic Stone stuff, that's the quest giver is a dual sheet by the name of Fenwick. That is his mod. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. Yes, also he PC'd your first event. He was Crownsguard Rowan. He was a Narak. One of Ophelia's patients, because he was one of the people affected with the undead parasite thing. The Falgoth parasite. Fucking wiggle squick. I have nightmares of that fucking Falgoth. I don't know if anyone's clocked it, but in the parasite research document that Ophelia's published, which should be in the LARP server under like important notes and things like that, in-game notes, she puts quotations around doctor for Wiggle Squick. She hates him. She does not believe that he's a genuine doctor. She will not respect him as a peer. I haven't experienced it yet, but I've been reading that. Yes. Oh, Silverbell, I don't know if I told you this, but old head of plot had done some spiritless walk-ins that I was able to determine, because people come in with signs of fatigue and lethargy and like claim that they're sick, but doctors can't heal them and they've been sick for 4 months, yada yada yada. And then I go and identify them and learn that they don't have a spirit, which to me suggests Gestalt. But I have received word that some of the people who have been in the care of the asylum the sanitarium, that I've sent there under suspicion of being a victim of the Gestalt, some of them have been regaining their spirit. Which, to me, suggests that the motherfucker's losing his fight with the land spirit. That's what I'm hoping. We got a bunch of that stuff in the spring, but none of it in the fall, unfortunately. Yeah. I just realized we are now out of the Ophelia playlist. I'm not going to play it for a third time. Let's play... Let's play something else. As much as I love Achilles Come Down, unfortunately it does have mentions of like suicide and things like that, and I just don't think I should play that on stream. But people did not seem to all agree that that's what it was. I figured it must be, but hey, what do I know? I mean, currently it is the only thing that I can think of that would suggest that. So, until other theories are presented, I'm going to operate as if that's what's going on. Come spring, you and I will be able to say I told you so. Here's a hopin', girly pop. Here's hopin'. I feel like that finger needs more definition. I don't know if I told you this, Silverbell, but Jer is hoping to do some Spirit World Void ass kicking as a mod this season. He keeps saying he's going to present the mod idea to plot, but I know this man. He's gonna forget until like the 9th hour. Tends to heal and harm. Very seldomly does she harm. It's literally gotta be a, like, backed into a corner, and it's either I harm or everyone here dies. what she's... Yeah, it's her heart. It's hers. She's literally... So, the story of the... Sorry, the word for this card is sacrifice. It's sacrifice. She sacrifices everything for others. That is her driving force. And if that means that she has to break herself down in order to help, she will. If that means that she has to neglect and ruin herself, she will. Delilah, hearts have veins. Jesus Christ, girly pop. I'm aware that's I'm being silly. Man, going on about the heart vein, but not the little ween. No? That you didn't catch that? Damn, you're so... Truly, our hearts are just full of genitalia. Gee, oh, what have I done? Lionheart. Lionheart, go Bert. Seriously, some of the best hands you've done since your commission. Yeah? I like to think my hands get better every single commission. I like to think. Girly Pop, you haven't commissioned me in ages. Are you saying that you haven't liked my hands since years ago? I know you're joking, but like... It just took me a second to sit down and like process that. It was just like, wait a minute. Thank you. I agonize over them constantly. Yeah! Jesus Christ. Girl in here just feral. I haven't even looked at that image in so long. I'm always feral. Okay, I gotta get ready. I lurk. Okay, have a good one, D. Oh, my spine cracked. Okay. Damn, you guys aren't fishing. Should I put some words on stream up? Oof, pardon me. Do I add... Yeah, I think I'll add that line. I think fish might be... Oh, seriously? Hold on. Can any of my mods refund Jasper's fish, please? Okay. Cass worked for me. Let's see what we got. Still a single exclamation point. I'm not seeing anybody say that they are able to refund you, so 1 second. I'll just take care of it quickly. There we go. Refunded. Ooh, nice, Jasper. You know what? You guys are not spamming it. I'll turn the audio back on for it. Don't make me regret it. Food is there. What? This would be lunch for you, Jasper, I think. What did you order for lunch? Stretch. little bit of too much of a peak on that finger there. Oh, I forgot to add, her wedding ring to that finger. Well, I mean, realistically, it wouldn't be a hard thing to add. I'm super excited about the possibilities in character development Atlas may or may not get from Winter Court. Oh? Yeah, unfortunately I had to leave that server. So tell me, what's going on? What am I missing? I'm also just having a lot of fun with how Katora has planned it out. Really fun and well done. Nice. I'm glad. Oh, there's a cat hair on my Terry's chocolate orange. What the fuck? I'm not looking forward to doing this hair. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm not looking forward to doing this hair. Welcome back, Delkith. A lot of the folks who RP in the Discord often are there too, which means a lot can happen, which is very cool. Yeah, that's one of the issues I had is I didn't have time. I didn't have time in spell slots. And I felt like so much was going on so constantly and so quickly. So, I'll have to show up as Kerohuku sometime. Ooh, okay. Soon we'll be getting to oversee some court petitions and find out about the actual political system in game, and also for Atlas to talk to Aiden again. Oh, that is one thing I am excited to see how it plays out. Is Aiden courting Teiyu? Excuse me? I want to see that so bad. What the hell? I love in-game romances so much. Would really be pumped to see Keto in-game. I have to assume, Finn, that Keto is the NPC you played in relation to the Shiosho stuff? Show up, intimidate everyone, job done. Was Keto part of the Earth Dynasty? They both make me sick. April will be interesting for those two. Atlas is yapping to Teyu's sister. Oh, different Aiden. My bad. I thought you were spelling Aiden differently. Kitafuku was one of the bodyguards for Lord Doji at the season close. Oh! See, I didn't really get a chance to talk to them. I was too busy being hella nervous because Ophelia does not do well with crowds and eyes on her. And also trying to help Teiyu ensure that this ran as smoothly as possible because I knew Teiyu was extremely stressed about it. So yeah. If you saw me running around when we couldn't find Under or Delkith, that's why. I was trying to help Teiyu, I was trying to, like, take on some of Teiyu's burden for that. Was I gone during that? My bad. Bro, you worried the fuck out of us. I was too preoccupied with wanting to go on the Mystic Road during that whole event. That is completely fair. I'm still quite proud with how I was strapped for that event. There was too many important people for me to feel safe showing up in just my formal attire. Like, I couldn't take my med bag. I couldn't take my packets. I felt weird trying to wear my fucking twine necklace with my bone on it for my bone armor. So do you want to know what I did, chap? I got on my formal attire. I stuck a packet in my bra. So I had a packet on me. And I took my necklace and I tied it to my bra strap and I slipped it into my dress. So that when I went out and saw that the dojis were being attacked, I went right hand straight in my bra, grabbed the packet, grabbed the bone, and I took the bone out of my dress and dropped it in front of my dress. And I held that packet in my hand and I was kind of like assessing the situation. And then as soon as Kier came out, Kier was just like, Ophelia, go inside and tell everybody what's going on. So I was like, yep, and I fucking ran. But I was so fucking proud of myself how I was still strapped despite the fact that it was a formal event. October makes sense. I don't remember a lot from that night Katora got yoinked. Kept getting October. Yeah, so it was the Thanksgiving event. So yeah, it would have been October. Yeah. And then immediately after that event, and I got out of my formal attire, I had to go on a fucking rescue mission for Katora. I love how, like, Tolan comes out and he's explaining the mission, and he's just like, we're going to need somebody who's able to cast silently, who's able to break items, or, like, to break locks on chains, and yada yada yada, and I was just like, I can do all of that. I can do all of that. I can cast silently, I can heal, I can life, I can break items magically. I can do all of that. He goes, maybe you are the perfect candidate. And then I ended up being the sneakiest motherfucker there. It was so good. However, having to toss our shoes in order to keep our stealth was fucking hilarious. So fucking hilarious. I felt so fucking accomplished that night, dude. itchy leg. Hello? Just one of my hairs just fucking fell on my tablet. So it's just suddenly there. Just like, when did that show up? The shoes popping out of the fire pit was very funny and very confusing. Yeah, so like Bella and I took off our shoes in order to be stealthier. And then I got in there, I broke the locks on Katura's door. I lifed him, and I held my finger up over my lips, and I was like, shh. I got him out of there, and as we were like getting ready to leave, Rhea was just like, oh, well, this guy, like, she starts talking when we were told to, like, expressly to be quiet. Rhea was just like, well, this prison guard just banishes us, so it will send us back home. And that's why she was talking, because she was going to get hit with the banish stick, right? So she got hit with the banish stick. And so then Ikit started talking, and then Katura started talking, and then I started talking, and Bella started talking. But Bella didn't return with us. Bella was the last one, and she ended up getting imprisoned instead, because there was an empty cell. So then we had to go back for Bella. And I was just like, okay, I'm going to ensure that we don't get heard. So that's when I started, that's when I took my shoes and Bella's shoes. And when the guard heard us, I would throw a shoe to the opposite side of the goddamn room. I do find it hilarious, though, that people were like, are these Ophelia's shoes? What happened to Ophelia? And then they, like, went to Whitehall to try to find me. Delga, can you fill me in on that? Like, do you have a time to, like, sit and type? Because you were around the fire pit when that was going on, right? Like, how did that come about? I wish I could have seen it, but I'm actively detrimental to stealth. You are. No offense. I wish that mission could accommodate more people, but as they had to turn away most of the PCs who want... Yeah, well, unfortunately, so the thing is, that ended up being, for, like, those who went on it, the best mod that weekend, or at least one of them. And Jer came up with that in a split second. Because when we were like, oh my god, we have to go find Katura, oh, well, Toland's able to keep tabs on Katura. Toland, where's Katura? Jer had to be like, I will go find him. And then went back and talked to Katura's PC as he was getting out of makeup. And it's just like, hey dude, they want to know where you are. They want to rescue you for some reason. I don't know, you got weird friends, I guess. And Katura had to be like, well shit, I didn't plan this far, what are we gonna do? And Jer was just like, I got this. And he set that up in, like, the time it took for Katura to get back into costuming. And it was so fucking cool. It was such a cool mission. Jer writes really good mods. The problem is that Jer doesn't write. As for what was happening around the pit, honestly, I just remember a handful of us just sitting around and suddenly NPC comes out and tosses shoes and we're just like, this is here now. Oh. You were there, Atlas? Yeah, I was just kind of curious about, like, were people, like, are they in trouble? Like, I just kind of wanted to know kind of what the discussion was around that. What was I saying? Yeah, so like the fact that like Jer is very good at thinking on the fly. He's very good at improv. He's very good at coming up with things on the spot. But he doesn't write. So like asking him to write mods down and submit them in a more traditional fashion is like pulling teeth with him. I don't know who all here remembers like Ash's Mind Palace, but that was something Jer wrote. That was something Jer wrote. Or more accurately, brought it up to Anna during that event and was just like, are you cool if I run this? And that ended up being like an MVP mention from the PCs. That was like a, hey, can we get more mods like this, please? Can we get more things that Jer writes, please? Do we try to return this? Are they coming here? Are they in trouble? Should we be doing something? I see. Oh, fuck. I just remembered Ophi still has to go visit the physician. Shit. God damn it. Alright, I've gotta send that message off to them. Oh shit, that was just... fuck, Bella wanted to be there for that. Fuck. Hi, Lynette. I remember that. I was $1 tendency for that. I was trying to think because I thought you were with us at the time, but I couldn't remember Delkith being there. I was trying to think if I was going crazy. And by with us, I mean LARPing with us. This is not the original, is it? This is a cover. Yeah, it's a cover. It's not a bad cover. I just knew it was a cover. How's the weather out there, Lynette? What were you doing? Were you just running errands, grabbing some stuff? I have been debating putting words on the stream up, because fishing's not getting a whole lot of attention right now. Lynette, I forget. You said that you had plans coming up in the next like few months ish. When was that again? In regards to pet sitting availability? Ooh, ow, ooh. Oh, that pinged something in my back. Hated that sensation. The fuck was that? I think I heard the truck pull in, which means Jer's home. Gods, these hands. Is chat still working? So I'm starting to worry that it's not. Oh, hold on. I just realized this all wasn't active. Whoops. I heard banging sounds outside. Maybe that was just Jared coming up the stairs. Hey, baby. Alright, it's actually time for Mystic's medication, so I'm going to take a brief BRB, guys. Turns out the library has phone chargers we can use. Hell yeah! Alright, I gotta take a BRB to go medicate Mystic. I'll be right back, folks. Sorry, folks. So, wait, I forgot to put the cat dish back down. 1 second. Oh, good job. You finished your medication. Good girl. Oh, huh? Lynette, you'll learn next time you cat sit, but we do medication a little differently now. I'd argue it might be a little easier, so that'll be nice. But also, Finn and Atlas, I hope you both have amazing days. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right. Nikki, thank you so much for upping your sub. How you doing? I'm just gonna test to see if fish still works. Yes, it does. Okay. Soon I'll have the shiniest Boig. Yes, the gold Boig. It's me, I awake. How you doing, Nikki? Mental health go Bert. I agree. Oh my god, why did I do this to myself with the hair? Why do I hate myself? Oh boy, it's gonna look so cool. It's gonna look so cool. And before Ophi card was, or has a ball cap and a ponytail, right? That's where we're heading. Do I still have my stabilization on? Yes. Why does it feel like I don't? How's it going, Mikey? Welcome back. Spongle. Nikki, I'm so glad that you're here getting all this junk out of my pond. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, girly pop. Still have to mess around with this program and add more. True! I wanted to add the mods. Spam? What are you doing, you weirdo? I probably could add the cats too. I think chat would love that. No, that's still wrong. What is going on here? One elf's trash is another android's treasure. Just don't be surprised if I come in near the Heelys. Oh my gods. How much more time do you have left in your day there, Delkith? When are you released? Oh, you're done. Oh, so you're waiting for pickup. I see. So now you get to just relax. Ah. There we go. They're doing a little bit of a transition in my scheduling. My manager who's been training me is going on vacation starting, I think, Friday. So I work tomorrow, and for like the past few weeks I've been working like Sunday, Monday, Thursday. So I work tomorrow, and then I have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off, which is nice. I work Monday, and then I'm working Thursday, Friday, and that's basically my next 2 weeks is working Monday, Thursday, Friday, which is interesting. It's nice getting weekends off, but then that means I'm in a similar situation to Delicate here, where basically I have to wait for my spouse to come pick me up. I learned recently that there is actually a taxi service out my way, which is something I just didn't think existed because I live out in the fucking sticks. So I might inquire. Ooh, hello. I might inquire on Monday to see how much, like, I might take a cab home on Monday to see how much that costs. But my ultimate goal is to get a tablet from Amazon. There is a tablet that Vosk has that is the Samsung Galaxy S6 Lite. And it is a standalone independent tablet that has a stylus that can run Clip Studio Paint. And I think I can spend the 2.5 hours I'll be waiting for Jared to come pick me up just basically working on commissions in the break room. I think honestly that would be a great way to use my time. It forces me to work on commissions. I can't get distracted with, my computer or anything like that. Problem is those things are like $320, I think, question mark, which will essentially take one entire paycheck from me, but I get paid weekly, so but Jared and I are going to prioritize paying off our credit cards first, and then I'll look into getting something like that. Oh my god, this hair. Good use of time for sure, better than just sitting there bored. Exactly. I've also been looking at beaters, little beater cars on Facebook Marketplace. Some of them are ridiculous. The money, what some people want for their pile of junk is astounding. Tonight 8/8 I demand a redo. Oh, Mikey, what's wrong? But yeah, honestly, the better thing in the long run would be for me to A, get my full license, and B, just get a shitty little car to take me from point A to point B, because I work, it's a 5-minute drive realistically away. But it's 5 minutes basically via highway. So not a 5-minute walk. 5-minute highway jaunt. Got to block, nothing's working, so I'm gonna draw vicariously through the stream. Oh, buddy. It really sucks when you get up out of art block, yeah. Especially if you've got your tablet all set up and you're just raring to go, and suddenly it's just bleh. Nothing's coming out. Oh, guys, I heard back from Jinx. So I expressed how I wanted to do a giveaway with one of the cups. And first off, I expressed how I wanted to get my own cup, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we'll just send one to you." Okay, cool, thanks. But I expressed how I wanted to do a giveaway, and they were like, "Oh, yeah, if you want, we can just generate you a code for a free cup, so this way you don't have to worry about shipping and things like that. We can ship it out to whomever wins." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Like, they're willing to essentially write off a cup so that I could do a giveaway, which is something we never discussed, which is something that wasn't an expectation or obligation with me giving consent for them to use my likeness in a product. I was just like, I really want to do a giveaway. And they're like, we got you. I tried to warn, or it tried to warn me in fairness it wouldn't open anything. What? That's worrisome. So yeah, I need to figure out how I want to do the giveaway for the cup. How I want to go about it. Oh my god, there's so much hair. Okay. Onwards and upwards. Oh, I accidentally added that hair to the fucking flesh layer. Well, we persevere. That's very nice of them. Thank you, cup spawners. Yeah, no, I honestly, like, that was just really nice of them just to offer to do that. And this way, this is, like, something off of my plate. I don't have to worry about shipping and shit like that. And yeah, you guys would be getting it directly from Jinx, which is great. Wow, burps. I could... Oh, there is the seam there. Little bit of overlap. I don't know if Silverbell's still here. Oh no, she is, because yeah, she was saying good use of your time for sure. I was also thinking of how Justine originally presented to me specifically, um, and how she gave Ophelia a tarot card of herself, of Justine, and that was kind of her like introduction slash calling card. So I wonder how that would also play into the lore of things. If Justine would be intrigued slash curious. Yeah. We are not really going to see much of Ophie's choker with the current composition. I'll still put it in and then erase as necessary. There we go. Definitely interesting to think about. Could be another way to introduce the cards in game with Justine as one of the major arcanas, possibly. Maybe. But everything Justine touches has a twinge of chaos, and I don't know. Had I done an Oracle card at that point? I feel like I had done Rue's card at that point. I wonder if that was a cheeky out-of-game nod. Hi, Cade. How's the art going? The art is arting. I made the foolish mistake of making my hair a very important part of the piece. And I'm kicking myself in the ass over it. So if anyone says anything other than, oh my god, the hair looks fantastic, I'm going to shit. Here, we'll do a zoom out for Cade. What are you agreeing? Sounds about right. Rest assured, the hair does indeed look fantastic. Even this. Thank you. Thank you. I wish to be freed from the wage cage. Nice. Oh my god. Same, dude. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah, I'll also do a, hold on. Hold. I don't know how well you can read my messy color bombed sketch, but that is what I've got for the sketch. Oh my god, my spine. Ugh. I need to, like, get a crack in my spine. And it's not coming. It's not happening. Hi, Marmalade. Who's my sweet lady? But yeah, some of the things, obviously, the skeletal arms, which is like, thank you, Mystic, please don't sneeze all over my tablet. Skeletal arms, obviously, death, dual sheet, yada, yada, yada. But they're coming across her neck to represent her becoming dual sheet, because she wasn't always dual sheet, she was a human, right? Dual sheet are a combination between Doulahan and Banshee, and they are represented with the choker to symbolize the whole Doulahan inspiration, with theoretically having lost a head. So the skeletal arms not only coming across her neck to represent that, but also one of them curling up to caress her cheek to represent her love and marriage to Tolan, who is a psychopomp. Psychopomps are reapers. But yeah, nice little nods, nice little things. I could read so much in that. Ophelia is absolutely getting so much deserved love. Ah! I mean, realistically, it's satisfaction art right now. Borderline masturbatory. This is art for me and me alone. Sometimes you just gotta self-art. Ain't nothing wrong with a little self-satisfaction. Oh my god. Chat is bad today. Bad me? Never. Other than being trapped in the wage cage. Fudika, how's your day? Did you get anything yummy for lunch? Mystic. Mystic. Don't step on the keyboard. Alright. Now for this part. I see D was busy over here. Yeah. Yeah. Leftover rice and beans and fried chicken. Ooh, yum. Gotta avoid getting it for lunch. Oh, trying to save some money? Yeah, 'cause money. I get you. I get you. Now that we've got folks who weren't really here earlier, I'm thinking I'm going to go back to listening to the Ophelia playlist. Goal is to pay off the credit card and pay off my car insurance for 6 months. Yeah? Basically, right now, mine and Jared's goals are my paychecks are going to get dedicated to the credit cards because I get paid weekly, right? So my paychecks are going to get dedicated to the credit cards until they are paid off. And then my paychecks are going to start going into a savings account for renovations. I'm so excited. I actually feel like I'm getting closer and closer to getting a kitchen reno. Oh, Delkus, did you talk to the wife about March break? Where is... Is it this one? It is this one. Okay. We're going to pull this down here. There we go. And then we're going to do this. No, I did it wrong again. Hold on. This one goes into this folder. This one gets a lower opacity. There we go. Oh no, I'll sell them for $1. We love kitchen reno goals. Question, do you know the rules or what the rules are for bringing food across the border into Canada? I do not know. Do not know. But I'm sure something, that's something Google would know, yeah? There's so many lines going on there. Thankfully, like, this is why I avoid using black in the sketch phase, because I use black in the line art. So this way it helps me keep everything sort of separate. Only does so much when I've got as many lines going on as I do. Rin! I'm missing LARP yaps. Damn, you work. It's totally not still out. You can prove nothing. Well, if you want to hear me gush about my character and the reasons I've done certain things for this card, you can 100% watch the VOD. Which, if you've got YouTube Premium, I think the VOD should also still be available on YouTube afterwards as well. Going away. Hello, 7th Art Gamer. Welcome on in, friend. How's it going? How you doing? I'm gonna turn off this arm. Oh, so I can see just this one a little bit more. So I'm already seeing that, like, I wasn't filling this out as much as I wanted to. So we'll go in and we'll fix that. Oh, my spine. Guys, I was working on this a little longer than I should have last night. Truth be told. I do not regret it one bit, though. I feel like I was cooking last night. If you want to see the progress shots, essentially, go to my Blue Sky ! Socials to Twitch. I don't know if Red app will do that. But yeah, if you want to see just basically me just like doing something and then uploading it, that was just Blue Sky last night. Although, oh my god, okay, so there's somebody in our LARP server. His character's name is Aiden. You guys have heard me talk about Aiden once or twice. The person who plays Aiden, every single time I post art in the LARP server, he always says wood. Always, without fail. The only times I've seen him avoid saying wood is when I was working on the Silver Bell card, and I think that's probably because, well, it's a person. A real life person. And then with this one. And his comment was like, I wish to avoid Tolan's ire. Oh my gods. Tolan being my character's husband, who is a capital D Doulahan. Capital D death. Basically, I just replied to him and I was just like, coward. No, that's not how that one go. know where the top finger bone went here. On this finger specifically. It just vanished, apparently. That is fine. We can freehand one in. Man's trying to not become the next person on his list. Take the Shadow Realm. Yeah. No, that's exactly it. I still haven't told Jer about that. Jer had a little bit of a shitty day, so he's just laying down before date night. Oh my god, it's 5:15. When did that happen? Yeah, how did 5:15 happen, right? I feel like this fingertip should be a little blunter. Fudica, did you see that they're adding more fucking Star Guardian skins in League? I posted about it in the League chat. Ugh, Ashe is getting a fucking Star Guardian skin. Ashe is my OG main, and I think Caitlyn's also getting one too. Around 15 minutes after I got home from work. If I manage to catch a stream, that's your cue, it's getting late. Really? Good to know. I mean, I guess not good to know, because that means, like, you don't really get much opportunity to catch the streams, but... I might take a little bit of the lazy way. Control copy, Control V. And then make some modifications to it so it doesn't look like a direct rip. I haven't seen it, but it wouldn't surprise me considering the amount of money the skin line makes them. With new work schedule, there will be new definitions of getting late, methinks. Yeah? Wait, mine or Cade's? With yours, not as fair. Yeah, it will still end around 5:30 on days that I start at 1:30. Lifesaver! Thank you so much, Mikey. Oh, I'm still saving. Oh, I'm still saving on PNG. I have not been saving as a clip the entire time. Oh. No, I've been up since 5 a.m., Cade. I actually got to sleep in today. Because work days, I gotta get up at 4 a.m. But even if I don't work, I still have to get up early because I got to get Mr. her medication. She has to have medication every 12 hours. So between 4:30 and 5:30 is when she gets her medication. So on days I don't work, I let myself sleep in an extra hour. But yes, I do 100% feel like a tired bitch come fucking 9 o'clock. Or even 8 o'clock. Or 7 o'clock. Chat, I used to be cool. But yeah, days that I start stream later, I'll stay longer. My goal is to still get about 4 hours of stream out. Alright. Van Arm. So what I'm going to do is Control C, Control V. And then flip horizontally. Wait. Cancel. Oh, I see what happened. Alright, let's try again. Control C, Control V. And then flip horizontally. Alright, let's get this moved up here. You know, very good point, though, given the size of that yawn. Maybe we'll change that much. I reacted to one in family group chat before stream started, which means I saw it. Was there another one you posted in family group chat there, Ma? Oh, there is another one. Ooh, I'll have to see it after stream. You see how it's faded. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna just nip that entirely. We're gonna go in and clean up this artifacting. I guess not artifacting is not the right word, but oh, it's funny, or at least I think it's funny. Okay, hold on. I'll read it now then. I'll read it now. Daily and nightly. She was assuming because I had the turn signal on that I was going to turn right and exit the parking lot. She was telling me that I couldn't do that. I'm just sitting there mentally going over. Oh, interesting. My mother is learning how to drive, for those who do not know. She's going through a proper driving school and shit like that. I recently learned that there is a driver's ed out my way, and they actually offer like a $100 like hour and a half session of just driving around with them, and they will basically tell you what needs to be improved, and they will give you pointers and shit like that. The elves are mobilizing. Yeah, I think it would just be really nice just to like actually like sit down with a proper instructor and have somebody like tell me like what I need to improve on. I also just need to straight up get more practice, because basically I don't, realistically, I don't get practice in. Never grow old in me. Let's see. Other things I need to erase. That, actually, I need to erase something in the hand for. There we go. This is the not so fun part about having a bajillion layers. Have you watched any... No, I keep telling myself I should. I have not yet. Yeah, I was also talking to my therapist about, like, the apprehension I have about the driving test, and how, like, where I would go for my driving test is in town. It's, like, a very, like, busy area. And she was just like, you know, you can have your proper, like, driving test anywhere in Nova Scotia. Like in Sherbrooke. She's like, it should be pretty quiet out there. Yeah, and like I've pretty much mastered, you know, the roads out this way. There's like really not a whole lot out here that I'm nervous about. It's literally like in town that I'm nervous about because there's so many fucking cars and people drive like lunatics. We'll be booking out of the area closer to the school, not the one closer to me. Apparently that's a good thing. The one near me is a bitch and a half to get in and out of. Oh, really? Oh, hello. Alright, I think that was all the parts of the bone arm that I wanted to clear. But now, what I want is to go and add bits of hair to it. Thank you for the lurk, Cyclone. Wait, you're learning to drive? Yes, I am. I've had my learners for almost 3 years. I've just not been getting enough practice, and I've also just been too terrified to go in and take my test. So yeah. I'm just too much of a coward. Yeah, July. Yeah, you're right. So, roughly a year and a half is how long I've had these learners. I keep going and I keep adding more and more fucking strands and locks because I just hate myself. And add a little bit more texture to the back here. Alright. Now, to go back to the hand and erase this stuff. What? I'll take care of that in a minute. Which means you have until July to take the road test or pay for the beginners again. Yep. Yep. Yes, I know. Like, the beginners is like what? Wasn't terribly expensive. Like 16? That's not terrible. Where is that layer? There it is. Okay. Time to get behind the wheel, Oko Chop Chop. No! Do I have Skelly? I feel much more confident in smaller vehicles. I think one of the problems is the truck, but I'm very thankful that I'm learning how to drive the truck, because in case anything happens, right? But still. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to be erasing the bits of bone behind this bone. Why do I hate myself, Jet? Riddle me this. Yeah, that sounds about right, Mom. That sounds about right. Actually, could I... Wrong layer. I could... I think largely everything looks good. And then invert selection, come back here. And so long as I avoid the upper arm portion there, those are foreground, so that stays. That has no relevance. That has no relevance. That is foreground, so that stays. Hey, look at me, I'm a genius. Alright, and now... this... and these. Can I do the same thing? No, I cannot. Okay. Well, it's fine. We will survive. Embrace the Mad Max arc. I know a few people that live in the city that never learned how to drive simply because public transport was so common. Yes, that is one of the reasons I never learned how to drive. Was because I grew up in a city where public transportation was always there and available. Sure, it was shitty sometimes, as public transit just is, but I never had a need to learn how to drive because I always had access to Metro. And on top of that, I do have some car accident related trauma that just makes the idea of being in control of a vehicle terrifying. But I need to learn how to drive now because I live in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. And in case something is to happen, it's just honestly a good idea for me to know how to drive. I love how I drew all of that hand just to get rid of it. Chat, are we cooking? Are we getting there, chat? Thinking of Jared post-op, when y'all called the ambulance and waited how long? Definitely a good idea to learn. Yeah, exactly. I know. Where I'm at, the public transit is, technically we have it level. No way you could rely on it. There is a bus that comes to where I work twice a day to take you back into the city. So where I currently live, because again, it would take 5 minutes via highway for me to drive to get to where I currently work. Where I currently live, I cannot use public transit. And I know. I know I need to learn. Y'all don't need to keep telling me that I need to learn. Trust me, I know. Feel like I should go back. See, I'm kind of torn. I feel like I should deepen the liner on the heart a little bit, but at the same time, I kind of really want to push the details of the heart with the coloring and not rely so heavily on the liner getting me where I want to go, you know what I mean? But at the same time, the heart just looks so faint in the hands right now. Let's at least broaden the outlines, the thicker outer lines here of the heart. I just noticed the time. I should be heading off, but I'm like so close to being effectively done the line art. Let the art flow like water. Someone heard we both had our learners and joked about the competition so you can get theirs first. I was very much like, no. Alright, not a problem. Yeah, I've had 2 friends who have gotten their learners after me, but have gotten their license before me. Bonanza is one of them. That also adds like another level of like shame, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Like, obviously I'm very happy for my friends. They've definitely worked to earn it. But yeah, no, I'm just like, I'm older than both of them. They've got their learners after me, and they went ahead and got fully licensed before me. And it's just like, yeah, it doesn't feel great. Actually, 3, because Delkith also. Waiting for ambulance is partially the reason I want a job where I'm home often and in case I have to rush my mother into a hospital. That is completely fair, dude. Ooh, yeah, there's gaps somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Alright, let's try again. Okay. Okay. Shift. Shift, shift. Shift, shift. Invert selection. There we go. And that, chat, is line art done. Now, I have a decision to make. Do I want to include the glasses? How do we feel about the glasses, chat? I mean, like, I wear glasses. I have specific glasses for my character that I wear to LARP. Do I want to include the glasses? Oh, sorry guys, I see the hydrates. There we go, 2 hydrates. God, those hands turned out so good. I'm still in awe. Like, what do you mean my hands made those hands? Part of me wants to be kind of cheeky and use the colors from my VTuber ref sheet for like the skin tone and the hair and whatnot. I'm sorry guys, I'm pale. I'm pasty as fuck. shouldn't be doing this. I should be going to wake up Jer and starting date night. I should be starting date night. I like the glasses, but I've only seen it, but I've also only seen it with the glasses, yeah. Might have to be something I ask the folks who are sort of cheering this commission on in the LARP server. Ooh, there is a little bit. There we go. That was supposed to be clear. Easily fixed. I'm the color of the background. Oh my god. If I didn't have a mass collection of freckles on my body that are basically trying to combine to form the semblance of a tan, yeah, I'd probably be the background too. Speed, casting a line. What are you gonna get, Speed? Ooh. Guys, it's still eerie to look at. I might, when this card is done, post it and a picture of me in my LARP attire in the server, so you guys can kind of like get a glimpse so you guys can see. Probably maybe understand why this just kind of looks eerie to me. And, like, don't get me wrong, I know that I'm not really good at, like, realism. So, like, I know this doesn't look, like, 100% like me. But realistically, at the end of the day, as a self-portrait, it is how I envision myself, right? The choices I've made seem higher now. Thank you, Sphere. Sorry guys, I'm getting lost in this coloring sauce. The sauce gets deep. It do get deep. I'm seeing little bits of line art that are overlapping, so I will have to go back and correct that when I'm like in there doing rendering. But we're still going. Yeah, I was going until I finished the line art, and then I finished the line art. Apparently, I'm still going. Honestly, what I should do is I should go check on Jer, because Jer had a really shitty day, and I should see if date night is just something he even wants to do. And that really should dictate how long I go. Because, I mean, if he's not down for date night, I'm probably still just going to work on this. Which means a long stream. Yeah, she's now doing flats. Listen. Not the same thing, but I'm not an angel with ram horns, but rudeness. No, that's fair. It's all about the self-image. Yeah, well, like, the thing that, like, gets me about this is, like, it's interesting doing what is effectively a self-portrait, but isn't of me. It's a weird feeling. Because, like, I've had the honor to show my friends how I see them, right? I've had the honor of doing some cards for my friends and showing them how I see them and how I've interpreted their stories and whatnot so far. And then here I am doing it for myself, and it's like, it's this weird sensation. Because, like, another thing, too, is this card is basically going to be reflecting what Ophelia attributes as a positive trait, which is actually really a bad trait, is carving pieces of herself to better others. You know what I mean? Like, the word sacrifice for this, sure, can mean good things, and if it comes in an upright for the oracle cards, yeah, it could mean a good thing. But when you also think of the inverse of sacrifice to the detriment of oneself, that is a trait that I unfortunately struggle with. I am a people-pleasing doormat who would much rather live in silent uncomfortability than to express how people are hurting me. I see a hydrate. I'm getting better at it. Therapy's helping. But it is something that I have inadvertently written into my character because it's familiar. Because it's something I know. And because it's something that I, at some point, perceived at what could have been a positive trait. But now thinking about it in the aspect of the oracle card, it does have a negative aspect to it. And also even experiencing this in-game as Ophelia as well. Like, when the parasite stuff was a big issue, like, Ophelia didn't sleep most nights and was running herself basically on empty because she was terrified of missing something, of missing a clue, of missing an event, of missing a detail that could help her solve what was going on. Or worried that her taking time to recoup and recover would mean taking longer to solve this, and then more and more people would be affected. Even in her backstory, her town was afflicted with this curse or this sickness that she was unable to heal, and she ran herself to, well, near death, trying to solve it, until eventually she started to miss steps. She started to forget to do proper sanitation. She started to neglect herself so much that the sickness that was taking her friends and family and her people eventually took her. Alright, that is, I think, all the bits of skin. Ophelia dresses very conservatively. I'm learning. She does not expose a whole lot of skin. She dresses very conservatively. Now, for my hair color, how do we want to do this? So I do have some color assistance references, some color swatches, and some of them even for hair. The problem is finding a hair close to mine. I can get super philosophical, but there's a lot to say about giving everything even when you don't know if it will work. Yeah? The problem I'm having at the moment is I perceive my hair color to be... Actually, you know what? We're gonna make this simple. We're gonna make this easy. Where is... There she is. Hey, we'll do this. Here's another fun thing about now having to fucking do flats is... Oh my god, my hair is everywhere. All over the goddamn place. Where isn't it? wear hair. I wonder who that cute elf be. Thank you, Rin. Labor of my love. Oh my god, there's still parts that I haven't colored in of hair. It's still there. Jesus Christ. What have I done? Actually, you know what? Part of me wants to make there is part of me that wants to make this not actually shaded in. Should crank down my stabilization now. Truthfully, I should be being smart about this and just do that. There we go. And then we can do this and invert selection so that we can then do this. I mean this. There we go. Just to have some more strands of hair kind of like stand on their own. I'm kind of tempted to do that up here too. I'll sit on it. I'll wait. I'll think about it. Okay. I'm going to go check on Jer. I'm going to check on Jer and see how he's feeling. And that will decide how much longer I go. Okay? BRB. Jer is still feeling kind of poopy. Still kind of feeling like crap. So what he's going to do is he's going to shower. And we are going to assess how he feels after that shower. But I'm going to keep streaming while he has that shower, okay? I thought for a moment I might have accidentally not been erasing, but like adding that like base color to the hair layer, and I was just like, wait, hold on. Go. Oh, so many tiny little pieces. What have I done to myself, chat? Chat, is it too late to go back? Is it too late to say, actually, no thanks? Actually, there's supposed to be some color through here. It's a fair struggle. This hair struggle is self-inflicted in numerous ways. Shut up. Listen, in addition to me liking long hair and being vain about my hair, Jer also loves my long hair. To the point where he joked about me going Rapunzel at some point, and I was like, the only way I'm doing that is if you are brushing and cleaning my hair. And he goes, I'll do it. I think at this point we're basically just trying to see how long my hair can get. Oko's model hair literally looked offended. Guys, like, my model, her ponytail goes down to, like, the middle of my back. Which means the hair released would probably go down, like, the way this ponytail is done. The hair released would probably go down to the backs of my knees. Could you imagine? Oops. Painted a hairdresser. No. My immediate reaction to to the idea of that sensory sensation was just no. Did I seriously do that? Oh my god, chat. I put that on the skin layer. How far down does this go? There we go. Ah, thank you, Pet Pets. He's horses, Kingsman. There we go. Oh, so many little tiny parts. Oh. We will get there eventually. A little bit of skin bleed here. We'll just clean that up while we're here. A little bit of missing hair there. There we go. Ooh, did I miss this part? I must have. We are going to do this and then come down here, do this, perfect, and re-highlight that. All right. I wonder who's going to commission a card next. There's a few people who have expressed interest, but often it comes down to money, realistically. These where they take hours. Like, at least 10, can be up to 20, depending on the card. Unfortunately, they cost money. Unfortunately, they cost money, because my time. But yeah, so there's a few people who've expressed interest. Delkit's one of them. Atlas as well, who was in chat here earlier. Kian has also expressed interest, but again, money. If I had the money, I'd be commissioning them for some other PCs, honestly. Oh my goodness, right? When I first did the one for Ruaria, Ru was even like, so how much would it cost to get everybody in the chapter done? I was just like, first off, excuse me? Second, like $7,000. Well, I think that was back with my old pricing, so it was closer to like 4,000. But like it's like $6,000. Thank you for the look, Mirrorly. So again, if we're going off of, if we think nobody has had an Oracle card, right? If we use that number that I've got stuck in my head, 55, right? I believe I heard once upon a time in 2025 that there is 55 player characters. Not PCs, player characters. So that includes alts, right? So if we conservatively assume that everybody wants a thigh up render that is 160 Canadian, or that's 160 doubloons for the thigh up render and a full complexity background, right? Times that by 55. $8,800. $8,800. And obviously that's not something anybody would be paying in a lump sum. Gods no. That would be a, like, if everybody in the chapter got one for their characters. And, like, obviously some people might not do a thigh up, and some people might do a full body, you know, like, that's loosey-goosey, right? It's flexible. But holy shit. You know, Silverbell, I'd be interested to hear who else you would love to see a card of. Not like a, you know, give me suggestions and maybe I'll do freebies. Because again, we just discussed how much time it goes into these. But I do like discussing the idea of these cards. So if you've got ideas of who you'd love to see a card of and like what their word would be. I know you expressed pursuit possibly for Finn and a little bit why. Have you thought of anyone else? Did Kian have a word in mind? Optimism, I think, is one of the words Kian was floating around. Atlas's word is ambition. Delkith's word, and these are all currently, these could change realistically. You guys aren't locking in words until I, you know, actively start the card. But yeah, Atlas's word currently is ambition. Delkith's word currently is loyalty. I feel like Magius would be a no-brainer. He's such a big part of the adventuring group. Yeah, true. Magius, like, I was tossing around words for, like, some folks, and I think that's how Kian started thinking of optimism, because I think that's one of the words that I threw around for Kian. But, like, I think for Mags, I'd probably see either power or wisdom. I could see either of those words. Yeah. Both Silverbell and I are on the same page for Mags. Talk, Peregrine, and Crisp. I'd love to do a card for Crisp. I've heard a lot of, like, some of the main things that have happened to Crisp during his times adventuring. And Crisp and I have also had a pretty decent conversation of what death was like for him, because obviously. I don't know what word I'd use for Crisp, though. Now, unfortunately, Ophelia and Talk don't have a good relationship. And I haven't interacted much with Talk to form a decent opinion of him out of the experiences Ophelia has had with him. Survivor. I do like the idea of Survivor. Or even just survive. Yeah, I do remember having, like, a long conversation with Crisp around the fire. For those who don't know, Talk is a very interesting fellow. I don't like Talk. One of the things brought up around that fire chat is, like, one of the big things that people will tell you about William Crisp is not only is he an amazing combatant ranger, he's very respectful of, like, the forest and the natural order. And one of the things that comes as a bit of a twist of the knife with that is Crisp died. And I mean, like, died. Like, afterlife died. And Magius refused to accept that. People say that there is a William Crisp-shaped hole throughout the spirit realm, as Magius went in there and dragged Crisp back, kicking and screaming.
Toland may or may not be able to corroborate that.
Yeah?
Also, I think I'm going to call in sick for date night.
Okay, baby.
I'm going to go grab some pizzas, okay?
Okay, baby. We can do that.
I'll cook those for us.
Thank you, baby. I love you. So, like, Crisp has expressed, at least to Ophelia, and I don't know if he still feels this way, but he misses the afterlife. He was finally able to rest, to relax, to let the tension out of his shoulders. He went on about the cottage on a lake that he had in the afterlife, and how he was able to finally spend time with his wife. And that was taken from him. The natural order was denied. And he is back up here, suffering and struggling with the rest of us. He was denied his peaceful afterlife. And, like, that is something that I think I would want to incorporate into Crisp's card. I don't know how I would do it, but I feel like it's an important part of his character that would need to be represented in the card. Yeah, no, my only real main experience with Talk is him summoning a fucking undead Hydra. because he refused to listen to not only me, but to Dame Krasnaya. Like, we go through this icy tomb full of vampires and undead. We get to the end of this, you know, this icy crypt, and we find a beating heart in a glacier wall with a piece of something sticking out of it. Unbeknownst to me at the time that this something was something that Talk was looking for, because he wanted to kill Death for the slight of killing him. For, you know, Talk stole Death's cane, so Death killed Talk. I feel like that's a fair fucking trade. But Talk was just like, no, I'm gonna build this artifact, and I'm gonna kill Death as recompense. But anywho, so, still beating heart. In a glacier. In an icy tomb full of undead things. Something tells me that that's my area of expertise, but fucked if I know. So I beg Talk to let me take a look at it before he touches it. And Dame Krasnaya also says, let her take a look at it before you touch it. And he just, as I step closer, looks back to the both of us, fucking smiles, and pulls the thing out of the goddamn heart. The icy tomb starts collapsing in on us. We have to run in order to escape with our lives. And as we do so, we watch as a zombified multi-headed Hydra bursts out of the goddamn glacier and flies off into the goddamn distance. To my knowledge, that Hydra still has not been found. To my fucking understanding, that Hydra has still not been found. So because of Talk's hubris, I don't know if hubris is the right word, but it's the word I'm gonna fucking use. Because of Talk's shithiery, he released a fucking undead Hydra out in the world that could raise towns in seconds. I feel like Talk is well-intended, but extremely stubborn, which is why he is so well aligned with, Selena? That name's not ringing a bell. The thing was part of the sword we used to kill the giant. Yes. I have later learned it was part of I just spat all over my tablet. It was part of the sword to kill the giant, but when it was originally told to me, it was Talk was getting pieces of this thing to kill Death. And it is to my understanding that Mags was like, because this was before the giant was a thorn in our side. So it was Talk had a slight and fucking did this because of this. Oh yes, Selena is Baron Antoral's sister. That's right. I keep forgetting her fucking name. Yeah. I have issues with her as well. I fucking love how during a Thanksgiving event, a Thanksgiving supper, Pip's player was representing Selenia. Let's say not her biggest fan. Yeah, no, neither was I. And she was just like, oh, I've been gone for so long. Like, she had surgery that year, right? And she's like, I'm not up to date on all the stuff going on plot-wise. Like, I need to fill the head table with people who aren't going to ask me questions. And so I came out of, like, the washroom, essentially, near the head table. And she looks over her shoulder. She goes, you will sit with me. Little did she know that I was actually heavily invested in the Obsidian Candle. And so basically I kept trying to talk to her about it and her intentions with it and how she found it and things like that. And she just straight up refused to talk to me about it. And it got to the point we're basically, I'm trying to tell her that, like, if she turns her land obsidian, like, her people are going to starve, her people are going to die, like, you're not going to thrive. This is a mistake. Do not do this. And yeah, it got to the point where I abruptly got up from my chair, like, full on chair squeak, and I leaned down, basically, to, like, stern whisper at her. And yeah, I told her, I was just like, you are being immature, you are being dangerous to a detriment, and you are going to kill your people if you keep this up. And I fucking walked away. I left. You know, the first time I met her is when she had to save us from the first attack on the Lich boat. And I was in my bleed out, right? So we got teleported. I come to, and I immediately get told that, like, the princess is, like, in trouble. And I see her convulsing with black ichor coming from, like, her eyes and other orifices, like, convulsing. And, of course, Ophelia's backstory. Black ichor never means a good thing.
I'm gonna rummage through the freezer to see what, or the fridge, to see what I can add to these to use them.
Okay.
But our options are stuffed with cheese crust.
Okay.
Heavy use of air quotes. And the rising crust 4 cheese.
Oh, okay. I mean, there's shrimp in the freezer, there's mushrooms in the fridge, there's salami in the fridge. We can choose.
Okay, which pizza do you want, though? Do you want
The one that you don't want.
Oh, I'm cooking both? Alright.
I mean, you're a big guy. I just assumed you're gonna have a whole pizza to yourself.
Onion rings.
You wanna see what you wanna see so far?
Nice. Very creepy, I love it.
I've met Selenia repped by Baron Enteral's player, and by consequences, LOL, never by the actual rep. I've only met her repped by the actual rep once, and it was during that supper. And then this red for the hurt. Come on, there we go. So, I don't know if you guys heard, but Jer is going to take a sick day for date night. Which means I don't have anything rushing me to wrap up stream. Which means you guys get a rare, longer Oko stream. I will have to take a step away at some point to go start a load of laundry, because I do have to make sure my uniform's clean for tomorrow. Because for some reason, even though I work with bakery, they only gave me one uniform shirt. And I brought that up to my boss, and she was just like, why did they only give you one? You should have at least gotten 2. And I was like, oh, she was real busy that day. The girl who was, like, doing my orientation, I've been calling her Susan for you guys. Yeah, she was real busy that day, so I think she was just a little distracted. Alright, and I think I'm just going to take a slightly lighter version of this for the bones. I love how you can barely tell the difference with the white in the eyes and my lily ass. Oh my god. Um,
Chat says feel better, babe.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
I'll consider getting art of my freaky little Nosferatu. I'd be interested to see how you envision your Nos. I guess rather your Nosferatu. We've already talked about Nos yesterday. If I send you a single touchstone, it might explain the difficulty? Sure. I have no idea what a touchstone means, but yeah, send it my way. Oh, why is the heart color down here? Interesting. There we go. Oh, nice, Ma. Come on, there we go. No. Send some of the body horror your way? Oh boy. Let's see. Oh! Oh, very interesting. Yeah, that is not what I envisioned when I envisioned Nosferatu. I can see now why you specified body horror. go. Ophi stained fingies. And then I think I'm also going to take it a step further and do this darker black for her nails. Just to help try to separate them from the black of her attire. I wanted to create a monster, and Frey only shows the parts of her that remain human. Okay. Go. I think that is all the fingies. All right, now for that eye makeup. And now I also do little, like, veins and whatnot. Oh boy. Nosferatu always have the looks repulsive trait, but I have yet to meet a Nos that you simply can't hear the full explanation of. That you simply can't hear the full explanation of. I'm a little lost on that. On that meaning there, Nikki. Now, in case there's still some LARPers in chat, there's one thing I want you all to I want you all to know, that Jer did not clock that I thought I was being super cute and cheeky about. In the old chapter, back when we were still with our previous rule set and whatnot before we, branched off, when I used to LARP with them, the few encounters we had with the Fae, I learned quickly that Fae would mark you. It was often with the first letter of their name and with black. My lipstick when I rep Ophelia is a full black upper lip and a black line on her lower lip. It's supposed to be a T for Toland.
It doesn't come down far enough to look like a T, though.
You
on
don't
your
come
lower lip.
down far enough to look like a T. That's quite funny. Yeah, well, I mean, I would expect you not to know, Delka, because you're newer to our chapter as well. But, like, I remember sitting across the table from him one night during supper and just spelling that out for him, and he was just like, oh.
You have a golden retriever husband. If you pretend to throw the stick, I run, okay?
I love you.
I love me too. What's up? I'm trying to be happy thoughts.
I love you. I appreciate you. Mwah.
Just leave the eyes completely white.
So many people have told me that, like, so if I get expressive at LARP, and not Ophelia, because Ophelia doesn't get very expressive, but if I get expressive at LARP, the black band of makeup around my eyes, and then, like, my eyes suddenly going, like, basically white as I, like, open my eyes, like, super wide, people are just like, that's just, it's so glaring with the black around your eyes. It's so present and obvious. Oh my goodness. So if you saw the character in full, I'd say, just tell me when to stop and describe everything once you've had enough. That's, oh, I see, I understand now. Turn on those high beams. Oh my god. Turn on those high beams. Alright, now for the fun part. I gotta bring my sketch layer above my color layer. Because I need a reference of the eyes. So I have... I have, like, darker green / hazel eyes. So... something like this. Oh, I love how it's called swamp green. That's fantastic. Grab this blush again. I don't know why I put that under the iris layer. That was silly of me. Full-on Eyes Glow Crusade meme. Oopsie. That's a visual. How we feeling, chat? How we feeling? There it is. I'm gonna go in and erase the eyebrows underneath the hair here. Technically, the lashes would have to go too, but I don't want to do that. Oh, God, my elbow. Headache, but wee. Oh, Nikki. Just found the Citadel thingy for the end portal. Oh, shit. Did Storm give the okay to go to the end? You're still working, Rin? Is it slow? Is that why you're able to listen in? Don't get in trouble. Babe, you don't have your headset on. Hold on. I heard back from Jinxed.
Yeah.
So I asked, like, hey, I hope to get a cup. Do you guys send creators their cup?
Yeah.
And then before they replied, 10 minutes later, I was just like, I also really want to do a giveaway. So, like, at the end of the day, I will be getting, like, at least a cup from you guys. Or I'll be buying at least a cup from you guys. And they came back to me, and they were like, yeah, so we will be sending you a cup, so don't worry about that. And, I mean, if you want to do a giveaway, we can just generate you a code for a free cup, and you can give it to the recipient so that you don't have to worry about shipping.
Sick.
Right? It was so sweet of them. Oh, you're doing inventory. I see. Beautiful try to go. Here is an interesting conundrum. What if I did... Yeah, you barely noticed that. Okay, Jesus Christ, I'm so pale. And then, what if... if I do this, not blend, I want blur. Maybe? I don't know how I feel about that. I just finished putting dinner in the oven. Hell yeah, what are you guys having for food? Yeah, I'm not so sure I'm digging that. Okay, so... We're going to do something a little out of the norm for how I tend to use these. So that's a little too dark, but I did want to lower the opacity. Okay, so maybe I can work with this. I don't know. I feel like that's just too much similar color all together. So what this skin guide wants me to do is it wants me to use this more purpley color in like the thicker parts of the shading. Which like I think makes like a little bit of a difference, but I feel like it's just not like a whole lot of a difference. Tex-Mex chicken and lentil casserole. Oh, that sounds so good. Jared and I are just gonna go simple tonight. We're just gonna have some oven pizzas, and he's zhuzhing them up. He's adding a bunch of stuff to them. So that is the next issue I'm going to have, is that there. Okay, so how about we do this? So what I've just done is, oh, hello. What I've just done is a classic way to do shading, and it's often, oh my goodness. Hi Mirly, thank you so much for the raid. It's often what I do when I'm doing environmental lighting, is you take like a dark blue or a dark purple or a dark red, depending on like the vibe and the color setting. You put it on multiply and you lower the opacity slightly, and then that is sort of how you do the shading for your image. Welcome on in, Mirly. I don't know if I have any mods in here right now. One second. I'll do a shout out for you. Oh, Lynette's got it. Okay, amazing. But yes, welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Okomie. You can call me Oko for short. I'm an English VTuber and a casual elven e-girl. I'm a variety streamer, which means I get to stream wherever the fuck I want to stream. And today, I am currently working on some self-indulgent, sort of like oracle card style art of my LARP character. So this is kind of a self-portrait asterisk. It's weird. It's weird. The hands. Look at these hands. I feel very proud of them. I've been seeing the progress pics on Blue Sky. Yes. What is your idea, Delkith? So, while Delkith types out his idea, some things I will gush about with my LARP character is she does not have her heart. She doesn't. She does not have an organic heart. She has a clockwork heart. When she first lost her heart... Oh no, they had to do... Hey! Hey! Rude! Oh, Oh, okay, never mind. No longer rude. So yes, this card, the Oracle card, the word on it is going to be sacrifice. And I felt like this was fitting. She's got a lot of heart iconography. And the reason her hands are dirty, as you call them, is because she died to a void corruption sickness, a magical sickness that literally stained you. So, yeah. Because she was a doctor trying to cure people of it, her hands got very, very stained. I mean, know what? I'm normal. Yep. Hands are totally normal and chill. Yep. Feel normal about them. Yeah. Delkith, I do agree. I think, yeah, a wedding ring on the skeleton hand would definitely be nice. Index, middle, ring. Yeah, I still do have the ring finger bone exposed. I could do it. Well, I could. But yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird doing essentially a self-portrait piece, but it's not me. But it is. But it's not. I don't know. Should I talk about this with my therapist? Like, it's weird. It's weird looking at this.
You're weird.
Yes, baby. That's why you love me. I can't wait to see the finished piece. This looks fucking phenomenal so far. Damn. Yee! I feel like you must have seen them already, merely because I share them constantly on my Blue Sky because I'm so fucking proud of them. But have you seen my other Oracle card pieces? Fun little opportunity to insert a nod to Toland, even if he really is. So the funny thing is, Delkit, the funny thing you mentioned that the skeletal hands are supposed to represent Toland. He is their asterisk. And for those who don't know, Toland is Ophelia's husband. He is a Dullahan. He is basically capital D death.
No, I still have a boss.
And so essentially, when she died as a human, he shared his essence with her, turning her into what in our LARP chapter calls a dual sheed, which is basically a very watered down version of a Dullahan. So yeah, and they are represented by dark makeup around the eyes. I gotta say, what's that fucking movie where the dragon gives half of his heart to like a human prince or something, they become connected? No, it's not Aragon. It's not Aragon, I'll tell you that much. No. Chat, you've got my back on this, right? I'm not crazy. I didn't imagine this movie. There's two of them. There was a shittier sequel. As always. Hold on. I gotta Google. Why do I have so many notifications? Jesus fucking Christ.
Did you just say, why do I have so many tabs open?
Notifications! Movie where Dragon gives heart. It's called Dragon Heart. I'm fucking done. What's the movie where the dragon gives part of his heart? Okay, sorry.
I've seen Dragon Heart. I don't think that's the plot of that.
Did you see the shittier sequel? Plot. No. Oh my God, this is a huge fucking... I thought this was supposed to be a synopsis.
If you want something real short, just look for the AI generated one.
Disgusting.
It'll be short and wrong.
It'll be short and wrong. There's 4 Dragonheart movies?
Wow.
Anywho. I've only seen like the first 2, and I barely remember them. All I remember is I hated the second one. But yes, I did draw inspiration from the idea of a powerful entity sharing their life force with a dying mortal to come up with the whole thing of that for Ophi. And also I just thought it was like really romantic. And Ophi is heavily inspired by romantic goth. How? I can't believe there's 4 of them. I can't believe there's 4 fucking movies. Can I pretend I don't know what you mean? But yes, so Dulcead, which is the watered down Dullahan, the way you have to represent them in LARP is black makeup around the eyes and also wearing a choker. It's kind of really covered here, but I do have a choker on. But the idea is with this whole tarot card thing, I haven't added the frame yet, but the skeletal arms are coming across the neck to, again, represent Ophelia becoming a Dulcead. But also, one of them just sort of like cupping her cheek. Because, you know, because Tolan love her. What do you mean the last Dragonheart movie came out in 2020? Shut the fuck up. What? I'm sorry if you guys hear clattering in the background. Jer is trying to feed us. 3, 4, and 5. There are 5 now, and they all came... Oh, 3, 4, and 5 came out since 2015. Bro! Who the fuck sat here trying to revive this series?
Actually,
What?
I think I can answer that question.
Who?
Universal 1440. It is a... So Universal 1440 is a direct-to-video branch within Universal that basically goes through their backlog and looks for old IPs that were released anytime within the last ever. And they're like, yeah, do we think we can pull off a sequel or a prequel or literally anything that's like even vaguely tied to that? Because I watched a really good video recently called "This Is How You Get Jarhead Sequels."
Ah, yes.
And it talks about this.
I love that. I love that you had the answer to my question.
So, like, if I had to give you the answer, I'd say it's probably because that movie, when stuck on some box art for $9.99 on a Walmart shelf in Idaho, moves.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, Jer nailed it. Yep. Yep. Chat is confirming.
Yeah?
Yep.
Is it actually Universal 1440?
Yeah.
Fuck yes! That was a gamble. I didn't know that Dragonheart was a Universal film. I just figured it was whatever version of that for whatever other company. I didn't know it was 1440. That's hilarious. That.
Yeah, babe. 1996 Dragonheart, 2000 Dragonheart: A New Beginning, direct-to-video sequel, 2015 Dragonheart 3: The Sorcerer's Curse, 2017 Dragonheart: Battle for Heartfire, 2020 Dragonheart: Vengeance, and I think I saw Sir Patrick Stewart's name on one of them in IMDb. Damn. These sound awful, and now I kind of want to go watch them. I remember the first one, like, the king went mad. He became tyrannical. And the dragon, like, or people were blaming the dragon's influence, the dragon heart. And I think what ended up happening is they surmised the only way to kill the king was to kill the dragon. Because the king was technically invincible because of his dragon heart. Again, I saw these movies many a moon ago. Oh my god, should we do a movie night? Where is the layer that has that shading on it? Hello? Oh, it's this layer. I'm an idiot. Okay. The man corrupted the heart, the dragon faulted himself. Yes. Yes. Oh, I don't know if I'd do a marathon, merely. Oh, I can't forget me freckles. I must have me freckles. Just checked. Sir Patrick Stewart is the dragon in the 2017 one, apparently. Oh, confirmed. A lot of local talent names I don't know, aside from Stewart and Bonham Carter. Really? Oh, Mystic. Ooh. Hi, girly pop. Do you need me to clean your face? No, you got it? Okay. Come on, it's only 5 feature-length films. It's probably only, what, 12 to 15 hours of Dragonheart with breaks? Oh, God. And the only first 2 are good. Hey, I keep saying the second one's shitty.
I was gonna say, yeah, and like, realistically speaking, 12 of those 15 hours are hot garbage.
Thinking about adjusting my hair color. Yes, Marmalade. Yes, my sweet girl. I feel like this is just too orange. Yeah, like that's... So my hair looks very copper when the sun hits it, but most of the time it is like a reddish brown. I feel like that's a little more proper. Most of these look 90-ish minutes. That's why we watch them and MST3K that shit. What does that mean? I don't think I've ever heard that before. Normally I save the eyes for last to work on. Part of me is kind of like, what if I work on them now, though? Did I accidentally close the one I was using for my eyes? I think I might have. Mystery Science Theater 3000? What does that mean? Mystic Girly, can I have my hand, please? Thank you. No, she is not done with my hand. Oh, okay. You know, it would be really nice if I could have my other hand to stabilize while I'm, like, doing this. No? Still not allowed? Okay. Okay. The movie my IRL name come from... Oh, okay. Essentially was a man stuck in a satellite somewhere and was forced to watch bad movies with two robots. Oh my god. They spend the time watching the movies and making fun of them. It's fucking great. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to do this. Scared the crap out of me. Hi, Dee. Hello, Delili. Are you still going? Yeah, Jared called in sick for date night. Or called in, not okay for date night. He had a shitty day. So I'm taking this as an opportunity to keep working on my self-indulgent art. Sorry to hear that. He had a really crummy day, so it's a good idea to take some time for yourself. We are going to grab these. Not not where I wanted that. I have morphed into... Okay, wait. I just stepped away to let the cat in, and now you turned into Oko. Oh, I see. We hit Wool Market today. Next tree will probably be cross-dressing cloud. Nice. Abglow. You got a shit out, right? Hold on. Are my mods slacking? Oh, you got one? Okay, you did. Okay. Sorry, I just immediately assumed my mods were slacking. Let's bring back... no, something needs to happen to that. Either an add glow. Yeah, we could probably do an add glow. Do you think he'll hear it, chat? Do you think he'll hear it? He heard it. Dang them those assumptions, right? You might be right though. Let's try an add glow for this one too. I don't know if I'm vibing that. Normally I am, but I don't know if I'm vibing that. I might have to go back and redo the eyes because I'm a little iffy on them right now. But we'll coast it. We'll coast it for now. Back. Stretch. Okay. What do I want to start rendering next? I really don't want to touch that hair. If we start on that hair, I'm gonna be here all fucking night. I see we're doing some skirt Ophi. Yeah, I debated doing her blouse and her vest and her pants and whatnot, but I felt like this was just more simplistic. Like, innocent's the wrong word, but just kind of that vibe, you know what I mean? No, that wouldn't be dark. I watched a bit after work, then went for supper and you're still going. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm just really obsessed. Normally my husband and I do date nights on Wednesdays, but he's had a shitty day, and he's just like, I want to reschedule. And that is completely fair. So I figured I am just going to be working on this off stream. Might as well just keep the party going. Pardon me. I forgot to do Ophi's buttons on her skirt. Ugh, now that I can barely see them. Please. So one of the things a lot of people have said is that in concept 3 or concept C, I'll just pull these up here. They really liked how there was a hole in the chest. And sadly, with the concept we ended up going with, you wouldn't really be able to see a hole if I were to put it in the chest here. So I'm thinking what I am going to end up doing is simply just having the blood. Oh, I'm doing a thing. Hold on, hold. There we go. I was accidentally putting that on the same layer as the shading. The stained hands look really good. Yes. Yeah, but even doing the blood on the shirt, I feel like isn't visible enough. We'll keep it for now, because honestly, it's as easy as turning off a toggle. Oh, a hydrate from Hydro. I'm sorry, Hydro. I hydrated. I promise. There we go. Needs to be way more blood. That's just me. Yeah. Girly pop. There's 100% gonna be blood on the fingers. Don't worry about that. Don't worry your pretty little head about that. Wow. Okay. I think Jer is getting ready to dish up foods, and I still have to go do laundry before tomorrow. So I think actually I don't know if Mikey's still here, but thank you, baby. Jer marched all the way over from the kitchen for just to do that. Just to do that, chat. No, he cracked a can, Delilah. Dee's asking if you smacked my ass, and if that's what that noise was. Alright, I am going to take this as an opportunity to head off, however, because it is late for me. It is nearly 8 p.m. I'm going to have to go into bed in about an hour, and I have to go wash laundry. So, I'm going to go over here. Oh my god, Steve, you're terrible tonight. But yes, thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. If you want to see what this looks like when it's done, feel free to join the Discord, because I'll definitely be posting a shit ton of updates and art there. We are a safe space, we're a welcoming space, and whenever I want to play a game that's more fun with more folks, I always go to my Discord first. So, games like Apex Legends, League of Legends, Overwatch, Red Dead Redemption Online, Final Fantasy XIV Online, Behind the Forest, The Owl, Pacified of Hours, Sons of the Forest, Raft, Minecraft, Baldur's Gate 3, Lethal Company, Medieval Dynasty, Among Us, Jackbox, and many, 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 many more. Other places to also view this art, peer this art, peep this art, peek this art, that is not Discord. If Discord's not your thing, feel free to check out my socials. I post to Twitter and Blue Sky, TikTok, and YouTube. I have a Ko-fi where I sell physical, tangible merch like a body pillow of my husband. And I also take art commissions! So if you're interested in possibly getting one for yourself, feel free to check that out there. But updates for this will be posted specifically on Blue Sky, because Twitter is stinky! But yes, I honestly want to take some time to thank some folks who made today a little extra special. But, oh, wait, maybe if I do this. Oh, that didn't really help. So my current, tracker for activity, tracks including fish redeems. And as you can imagine, there was a number of those. Oh, Bedley. Oh my goodness. I don't have room for this. Thank you, honey. So there was a lot. I do apologize, but thank you everybody so much for spending some of their time with me and for being here and listening to me yap about a fucking fictional bitch who is maybe, I don't know, helping me therapy-wise. Who could say? But yeah. Thank you all so much. Let's see. We have shout out the Discord. We have kind of thanked folks for today. So I think now it's time for my favorite part of the day, where we get to bring this amazing community to somebody new, and I couldn't help but notice that a certain Ziona is currently live. So maybe let's go say hi to Zizi. We support our fictional emotional support OCs. Thank you. Thank you. So for those who don't know Z, she is a tactic cutie zombie VTuber. She's a trans femme individual and one of my first VTuber children. I helped her out with her design. But yes, let's go say hi to Zizi as see Risk of Rain? Yes, Risk of Rain 2. So let's go say hi to her, okay? If you all have access to my emotes, please, please, please copy that very first raid message. If not, fret not, copy the very second raid message. And we can still show Ziona the love and support of the adventuring party. And until I get to hang out with you all again, I don't know, sometime this week, work schedule makes things a fuck. I hope you all stay awesome, stay safe, and well, I guess this is bye-bye.